we don't have a good tax system. Why am I saying that? Even under when there was a time they started this in Lagos, they brought in consultants who were given percentages. Collect Lagos tax, take XYZ%, and the what they collected at the end of the day tripled, went up to 4, 5 times what they were collecting. So the system of collecting tax in Nigeria is poor. Adequate legal framework. These are issues which I mentioned earlier on the issue of laws. FRS Act will be conflicting with the personal income tax, where the state government is supposed to collect tax. The FRS Act will give powers to the FRS to so collect.
He cited instances of clashes between federal and state tax laws, corruption, imposition of multiple taxes, and the misuse of tax agents and consultants, and called for a robust regulatory framework. Umenwoke advocated the amendment of Chapter 2 of the Nigerian Constitution to make it justiciable so that citizens can hold governments accountable through judicial means.
I'm saying this because it's not every time when the taxing authority does wrong, you settle with them. There are certain things you challenge, you make challenges, come raise objections, you go to TAT, establish the principle, take out a suit, claim damages or nullity or whatever they have done.
The acting vice-chancellor of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Professor Carol Arinzumobi, represented by Professor Frederick Odibo, lauded the theme of the lecture, noting its relevance in addressing Nigeria's tax compliance challenges. The Anambra State Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Professor Sylvia Ifemeje, the State Accountant General Chudi Okoli, High Court judges and other legal luminaries, as well as a galaxy of university professors and members of the academic community, attended the inaugural lecture, which is the 104th in the university. Ndu Opaleze, reporting for Signature TV.
Residents of Onitsha, a commercial city of Anambra, have refused to turn out for the 2024 local government elections organized by the Anambra State Independent Electoral Commission, ANSEC. Residents were saying within their neighborhood but failed to proceed to voting points. Local government election in Anambra was last held 11 years ago. It was observed that commercial drivers were seen going about their daily business, thereby disregarding the state order on restriction of movement. Some residents in their separate interviews lamented the credibility of the electoral umpires having failed to meet their demands in previous elections. Chinyere Olisa explained that she was left frustrated when she was told that her name was not among the accredited voters during the 2023 presidential election. Another resident, a food vendor, Gloria Efyong, narrated that there was no much campaign previously before the election. We'll be joining our correspondent, Ndu Opaleze, who is monitoring the exercise and he stands by with a situation report on the election. Hello, Ndu. Hello, Ndu.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, we are moving on. We're in the field.
Okay, it's great to know you are in the field. So what is the present situation?
Yes, it has changed for the better. I am right now at Central School, Amobia. And I can tell you for sure that the place is filled up with prospective voters. They have been voting has commenced and is going normally with police personnel around the place. People are coming in fact, it's a direct contrast of what we saw in the morning in Oka. Maybe the explanation is that maybe materials are arrived late. is working here now. They are voting both for chairmanship and councillorship. And it's not only this place. I went to the other community primary school, I'm on the field. People are voting in their numbers, in good numbers. And it's moving smoothly so far. I spoke to some people, but maybe at the appropriate time they come on air.
I know if they can come on now, we don't have an issue with that.
I have sent the visuals too.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Now, you know, one of the issues during elections is the issue of result sheets.
Okay.
So, do they have that issue, or they have every document they need to conduct a free and fair election?
Okay. You know that the result sheet, they consider it as a very, very sensitive material. It's always the last thing that the presiding officers give out to the people working under him or her. So they have not displayed it in the areas we have gone. They are voting. But the way I look at things, we will be in the field when it gets to the time of entering results in the result sheet.
All right.
But for now, voting is going on.
All right. Thank you very much, Ndo Okbaleze. We'll keep getting more updates from you and Chukwudi Madiako. Away from the election in Anambra now, Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee says it will use the Federal Capital Territory FCT as a model in implementation of harmonization of taxes in the country. Chairman of the committee, Taiwo Oyedele, disclosed this during a meeting on harmonization of revenue administration in Abuja on Friday. Oyedele explained that the harmonization and simplification of taxes will not reduce revenue, as some people erroneously perceive, but would enhance revenue generation. Expressed support for the steps taken by the FCT-IRS towards harmonizing taxes in the territory. He advised the FCT and other states of the Federation to discourage unorthodox means of collecting taxes, levies, and fees, especially on the highway, roads, and streets. The chairman advocated the use of technology in the collection of revenue, adding that it has the capacity to eradicate tax evasion, leakages, and improve transparency. He urged stakeholders to work together to ensure the success of the tax harmonization drive. The meeting was organized by the FCT Internal Revenue Service, FCT-IRS, for the Area Council Chairman of the FCT. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Abbas Tajuddin, has assured that Nigerian National Assembly will deploy the necessary legislative framework to support the implementation of the agreements recently reached between Nigeria and China. The Speaker, who acknowledged the deepening relationship between the two countries, said Nigeria and China have a partnership built on mutual respect and shared aspirations. Speaking during a reception in commemoration of the 75th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China in Abuja on Friday, Abbas praised China for maintaining a cordial relationship with Nigeria over the years. He said a recent forum on China-Africa Cooperation FOCAC held a few weeks ago stands as a beacon of hope for our continued collaboration. The agreements reached during the forum with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu signify a renewed commitment to strengthen bilateral ties. The Speaker, who was a special guest at the reception, added that since its foundation in 1949, China has undergone transformative changes that have propelled it into a position of global prominence. He noted that the gathering was a reminder of the greatness of China as a fast-developing giant nation, a global change maker prominent for its intensifying influence in the globalized world. Speaker Abbas hailed the National People's Congress, NPC, the Chinese highest lawmaking body, for demonstrating how a robust legislative framework could serve as an instrument for national development. The FCT Minister, Ezemoye Nyesumwike, has expressed displeasure over the pace of work on the Outer Southern Expressway 2, OSEC 2 to Wasa Road project, Wike made his feelings known while addressing journalists shortly after inspecting the ongoing construction of a 15-kilometer left-hand carriageway of Outer Southern Expressway from Ring Road 1 to Wassa Junction on Friday, September 27, 2024. The minister was visibly angry, said he was happy he came physically to inspect the project and was misinformed on the progress of work, adding that the contractor had earlier promised to deliver the project by December 2024 and not May 2025 has been mooted. The minister, who said the FCTA does not have any relationship with non-performing contractors, stressed the need for routine inspections to ensure that projects are executed as scheduled, adding that relying on reports will not yield the desired results. President Bola Tinubu has appointed 7 executive directors for the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). The executive directors, according to a statement by Bayo Nanuga Ayo Adewi, was reappointed Executive Director News, and Ibrahim Aliyu, Executive Director Special Duties Legal Practitioner. Others are Malam Mohammed Mustafa, Executive Director Administration and Training, Apinke Efyong, Executive Director Finance and Expert in Financial Marketing with Treasury, Management Accounting and Reporting Skills. President also appointed Tari Talo, Executive Director Program and Audiovisual Creator, Producer and Showrunner. Sadiq Umeza, Executive Director Engineering. Oluwakemi Fashina was similarly appointed by the President as Executive Director Marketing. Tinubu urged the appointees to bring their wealth of experience to bear on the operations of a national broadcast station, particularly in scaling up to meet global digital standards. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, has hailed Hajia Walida Isa for remarkable service and exceptional leadership as the Director of Corps Mobilization of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC. At a retirement dinner organized by the Committee of Youth on Mobilization and Sensitization in Abuja, Akume praised Isa's commitment and contributions to youth development. Akume was represented by the Permanent Secretary, Cabinet Affairs, Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Emansel Mobong, described the retired NYSC Director as a shining example of selfless service. He added that her legacy would inspire generations to come, as her unwavering passion for national development was commendable. The SGF urged public servants to emulate our values while assuring that their experience and passion will remain valuable assets to the nation. The Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunjojo, says the federal government has introduced new technology towards ensuring quick response in fire disasters across the country. Tunjojo disclosed this during a high-level media parley to mark his 1 year in office on Friday in Abuja. Said that one of his cardinal objectives upon assumption of duty was to introduce a cutting-edge technology that will go a long way to reduce response time in the event of any fire outbreak. Said that the service had conducted a series of community outreach to ensure that citizens were equipped with the knowledge to prevent fires before they start. These campaigns, they said, significantly reduced the number of fire incidents across the country so far. Tunjojo said that the federal government had also intensified efforts towards reenacting legal framework that will strengthen the existing laws guiding fire service response in the country. Still to come, PDP Governance Forum condoles ENO over wife's death. Health Commissioner says Ebonyi State's cholera death toll hits 15. Stay with us. The People's Democratic Party Governors Forum has consoled Governor Umo Eno of Akwa Ibom over the death of his wife, Patience. Forum, chaired by Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, expressed its consolation in a statement by its Director General ENUGU in Abuja on Friday. Forum also extended its condolences to the deceased family and the people of Akwa Ibom. The wife of the Akwa Ibom governor died in the early hours of Friday at the age of 57. The Forum described patients as exemplarily Christian, a symbol of hope and selfless love that impacted countless lives. It said that Akwa Ibom, as a state, people and community had lost a caring and purposeful mother whose sudden demise was described as a rude shock. The PDP governor said there was no doubt that death had robbed Eno of a confidant, an advisor, a prayer partner, a soulmate, and an uncle, and its number one cheerleader. Forum prayed God to grant Eno, his family, and the people of Akwa Ibom the comfort, fortitude, and strength to endure the loss as a soul rests eternally. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has described the death of Pastor Patience Eno, the wife of the Akwa Ibom governor, as devastating. Abubakar, in a statement by his media aide Paul Ibe, described late Eno, who died on Friday, as a remarkable woman who gave her best in the service of humanity and our family. Sympathized with the family of Governor Eno, the government and people of Akwa Ibom over her demise. Sharing the grief of Akwa Ibom people, Abubakar urged Governor Eno to stand firm in the belief that his beloved wife had only gone to rest in a place of eternal peace. The National Insurance Commission, NICOM, says it has completed a draft InsurTech operation guidelines, which will be released soon. Commissioner for Insurance and Chief Executive Officer NICOM, Olusegun Omoseyin, stated this while delivering a keynote address at Insurance Meet Tech IMT 2024 conference in Lagos. Omoseyin, who was represented by the head of Lagos Control Office, Julius Odidi, said that the insurance sector must embrace innovation to meet up with the rapid market changes, alongside changes in consumers' preferences, taste, and lifestyle. According to him, organizations are leveraging technology to drive growth, improve efficiency, and stay competitive in an increasingly complex landscape. Express that the commitment extends to ensuring prompt settlement of legitimate claims, promoting market growth through innovation, and driving commercial value within the industry. According to him, revitalizing the Nigerian insurance industry to risk manage Nigeria's $1 trillion economy literally speaks to the insurance industry's readiness to districts the activities projected to galvanize the productivity, innovations, economic growth, and development. As we continue our coverage of election in Anambra, we're now going to join Chris Maduka, who is on Zoom. Hello, Chris. Hello, Chris. Yes, I can see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So where are you right now?
I am at Ward 2, and no, Central, in the Demley South logo. Man, this ward is this particular polling booth accommodates 2 polling booth 003 and polling booth 004. Behind me, the process, which
can you do me a
commenced quite
favor?
late.
Chris,
Yeah.
can you do me a favor? Hello, Chris.
Okay. I can hear
Can you
you.
do me a favor and adjust your
Yes, I can.
position? You are too far away. Just adjust your position so that you can be in the middle of the Zoom, so I can see you clearly.
Okay.
Yes, that's great. That's
Okay.
great. Yes.
Yeah.
So please go ahead.
Okay. Like I said, I am at the polling booth, and behind me at the process, there's quite low turnout of voters. We have been waiting here for the last 4 hours. The electoral officials reported very late, and I've seen some little mix-up, but the people are resilient and patient, and they have waited, like and they have commenced the process. We have party agents, We have the handshake officials who set up, and the voting is in progress with a few number of voters that turn out. And quite, you can see for yourself. I can even step aside and show you the position, what is happening here.
Yeah, you're free to go around so that we can see some of those videos as you are there. Yes, well, you at least that's a confirmation of a low. That's a confirmation of a low turnout. We'll continue our coverage as we continue this bull. But for now, let's go to other stories. The Northeast Development Commission, NEDC, saw the collaboration of Nigerian Society of Engineers, NSE, rehabilitation of bridges and roads affected by flood in the sub-region. Devastating floods had led to the collapse of many bridges in the northeastern states of Borno, Adamawa, Yobe, Bauchi, Taraba, and Gombe. Speaking at an emergency meeting with the engineers in Maiduguri on Friday, the managing director, NEDC, Mohammed Al-Khali, whose team went round for an inspection tour of the 6 states, raised concern over the destruction of bridges and roads in the region. It tasked the NSE members on quick assessment of the destruction to ascertain the cost of repairs in view of the vital role of the bridges to socio-economic development of the affected states. Speaking on behalf of the engineers, the Borno branch chairman of NSE, Mohammed Shatima, said the state branch constituted a 32-member committee immediately after the incident. The committee, according to him, comprises experts in various sectors of engineering. Shatima said that for the engineers to fast-track action on the issue, there was a need for NEDC to provide a letter of intent or engagement and a detailed brief of terms of reference. To Ebonyi State now. The state government says the death toll from the cholera outbreak in Inebokote village in Ezayi-Mago community has hit 15. Commissioner for Health, Dr. Moses Ekuma, confirmed the number of deaths from the epidemic in a locality to newsmen in Abakaliki on Friday. Ekuma said that 3 emergency centers had been designated for the treatment of patients. Meanwhile, the chairman of Izi local government area of Ebonyi, Stephen Wampa, has warned the people of the affected community to desist from open defecation practice and other unhealthy lifestyle. Wampa issued a warning while monitoring the extent of the epidemic in the community and sensitizing the natives on the dangers of open defecation, said that putting an end to the unwholesome practice would help to check the widespread of the disease in the area, said that the warning became necessary following the increasing number of cases and deaths from the scourge. The Association of Radiation and Clinical Oncologists of Nigeria, ACON, has called on the federal government to establish national oncologic hospitals to improve cancer care. The association made a call on Friday in a communique issued after its 2024 annual general meeting, AGM, and scientific conference in Ibadan. Communique was signed by the ACON president, Dr. Mwamaka Lasibika, and Secretary Dr. Kende Ololade. The association appealed to the government to establish national oncologic hospitals in the 6 geopolitical zones of the country. The association expressed concern over an inadequate number of oncologic hospitals in the country and lack of sufficient stakeholder engagement in cancer control and prevention. According to it, artificial intelligence is relevant in the fields of radiation and clinical oncology. Association further urged governments to create an enabling environment for more private sector participation and investment in the healthcare sector. It urged other healthcare stakeholders to actively engage in cancer control and prevention efforts to help reduce cancer burden in the country. Up ahead, UN chief calls for immediate ceasefire in Gaza, Lebanon. China calls for removal of tariff on Chinese products as Blinken and Chinese Wang meet on UN sidelines. Stay with us. The United Nations Security Council convened on Friday amid escalating violence in the Middle East, with UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres issuing a grave warning and urgent call for an immediate ceasefire. Guterres described the situation as a wave of unprecedented death and destruction in Gaza that could push the region into an abyss. This comes after Monday marked the bloodiest day in Lebanon since 2006. Israel Defense Forces targeted civilian buildings in Beirut on Friday, where they claimed house Hezbollah's main headquarters. Guterres emphasized that Gaza, the epicenter of the violence, holds the key to ending the conflict. His remarks underscored the urgency of the situation and immediate need for intervention to prevent further escalation.
Shockwaves radiating from the unprecedented death and destruction in Gaza now threaten to push the entire region into the abyss, a full-scale conflagration with unimaginable consequences. Monday was the bloodiest day in Lebanon since 2006. Today, Israeli Defense Forces struck civilian buildings in Beirut, saying they had targeted Hezbollah's main headquarters located under Nice. War in Lebanon could lead to further escalation involving outside powers. I fully support the proposal for a temporary ceasefire, allowing for the delivery of humanitarian relief and paving the way for the resumption of serious negotiations for a durable peace across the Blue Line. We need this ceasefire now. We cannot afford endless negotiations as we have on Gaza. Shockwaves radiate.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi met United Nations Secretary-General Antonio Guterres on the sidelines of a UN General Assembly session in New York on Friday. Wang said that China is willing to strengthen cooperation with the UN to advance the cause of world peace and development, make the pact for the future a reality, and create a better future for mankind. Wang also said that China would fully support the UN's work, support the reform to the international financial architecture, support the UN to play the role as a main channel for global AI governance, and support the UN in actively promoting a political settlement to the Ukraine crisis and the conflict in Gaza so as to better maintain international peace and security. Guterres thanked China for its long-standing support to the UN, especially contribution to the success of the Summit of the Future. Similarly, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi met on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly in New York on Friday. They met at China's UN mission in New York after the White House and the European Union said this week that they were deeply concerned by Reuters' report that Russia has established a weapons program in China to develop and produce long-range attack drones for use in the war. Beijing, for its part, has repeatedly complained about U.S. ties and arms supplies to Taiwan. It also urged the U.S. to remove tariffs on Chinese goods and denounced U.S. proposals to ban Chinese software and hardware and vehicles on its roads due to national security concerns. China and the U.S., the world's two biggest economies and superpowers, are at odds over a wide range of issues, from the wars in Ukraine and Gaza, U.S. export controls on advanced chip technology, trade tariffs, Taiwan, and human. The Israeli military told residents in parts of Beirut's southern suburbs to evacuate late on Friday after strikes that it said had targeted Hezbollah's central headquarters. The order to evacuate, made by Israeli army spokesperson Avichai Adre via X, told residents to get at least 500 meters away from 3 specific buildings in the area. However, Hezbollah's media office said that there was no truth to any statement surrounding the Israeli strikes, but did not say anything about the fate of the group's leader. In New York, a senior Israeli official told reporters that senior Hezbollah commanders were the target of Israel's strike on its central headquarters on Friday, but it was too early to say whether the attack took out Nasrallah. Addressing a U.S. Security Council meeting on Friday, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov voiced strong concerns about the escalating conflict between Lebanon and Israel, which it says is teetering on the brink of a full-blown war. The ambassador of Lebanon to the United Nations in Geneva warned on Friday that Israel seems up to a remake of Gaza in its country. Israel's foreign minister had rejected global calls for a ceasefire with Iran-backed Hezbollah group and pressed on with airstrikes this week, averting fears of a regional war. Speaking to reporters in Geneva, Ambassador Salim Badora said Israel was committing war crimes and crimes against humanity on a daily basis.
Sadly, this latest escalation is driven on part of Israel by a sense of absolute impunity, as they have so far gotten away with their genocide in Gaza. In Gaza, the international community has failed to stop Israel, let alone to hold it accountable. So we should not be overly surprised as she seems up to a remake in Lebanon. There is an Israeli aggression against Lebanon of unprecedented magnitude, and this aggression is in full swing. The attacking military of the occupying power is using its superior air power and its state-of-the-art military technology to commit war crimes and crimes against humanity on a daily basis. Sadly, this latest escalation is driven on part of Israel by a sense.
The conflict between Israeli forces and heavily armed Hezbollah is the worst in more than 18 years and part of the regional spillover of the Gaza war. Jordan's foreign minister said on Friday Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had to be stopped because he was driving the region to a full-fledged war after an Israeli airstrike attack targeted Lebanese Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah. Saudi Foreign Minister Prince Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud said the airstrikes in the Lebanese capital Beirut earlier in the day had increased the risk of the situation spiraling out of control.
That this is an incredibly dangerous moment and that the risk of the situation spiraling out of control is real, and that is not less the case now, it is indeed more the case. And that is why we continue to push for a ceasefire certainly in Gaza, but also now a ceasefire in Lebanon, because again, guns are not the answer.
It's going to get worse unless the Security Council right behind us performs its duty and does what it has to do, protect regional international peace, unless it prevents this most radical of Israeli government, a member of which was a member of an organization that the US itself had labeled as a terrorist organization. Unless they stop them, unless this government faces consequences, then the whole region is falling into the abyss, and the future of the whole region, including the future of Israel, will be compromised, and we'll be talking about a future of war. It is time to face the truth, and the truth is, unless Netanyahu is stopped, unless this government is stopped, war will encompass all of us.
We're going back to Anambra State, where the local government elections are still taking place. And we are going straight to Nobi Primary School, where Chris Maduka of Signature TV is standing by. Chris, you were giving us an update and you fizzled out. I hope you won't do that to us again. So what's the situation at Nobi Primary School?
At the Nobi Central School, Central School is located in Ward 2, in Idem South Local Government area. And it hosts two polling units, like 003 and 004. Voters started turning around here around 8 a.m. because the election was fixed to start 8 a.m. to end 3 in the evening. And quite spectacular as what you said. The ANSIEC people came in very late. Despite the resilience and impatience of the people, they waited. And at exactly about 11:45 a.m., the voting process setting up and all. Now, the actual voting started at 12 noon, and it is still going on as we are speaking. Quite early, I tried to use other technology to bring the visuals of the event, but we're trying to record and post, and people can see that the voters turnout is very, very low.
Yes, we can see
For
that.
whatever reason, we could not know, we could not make out quickly.
From what you've
but we
sent.
can place,
Yes, from what you've sent to us, we can see that the voter turnout is low. I know that at Amobia, Ndo reported that the voter turnout is quite high, contrary to what was there earlier in the day. Now, those who are there, do they have any complaints or do they have any commendation for ANSIEC?
Well, just the lateness of arrival of materials and quick mix-up. As we are starting, one set of voting materials marked Idemili North was brought here, and people were like, if we vote with that, will it count? And I even asked the voters officials, well, that was what they were given. So I don't know whether it was deliberate or was it a mistake. But despite that, people are still voting. Just beside that, no complaint. There's not even the presence of any security testing. But because of the low turnout, there's nothing to worry about. People out here in the neighborhood polling booth, everybody here knows themselves by name. So there were this pally situation. People were like, whatever it is, we want to register our concern to vote in this election. It's just the issue of convincing others who have not come to come. But we are still here, partly as observers, partly as journalists covering this. We want to know whether when it started by 12, will it end by 3 as stated? Is it going to be an extension? These are questions we are yet to get answered. But despite that, there's no cause for concern. The highest cause of concern for now is the low turnout of voters.
Okay. Are party agents there?
All the party agents are here. I've identified PDP agents, I've identified APGA agents. I've not been able to locate APC agents. But Anjo is a big compound. If I move around, I'll ask more questions.
No. Okay, but is it possible for...
many party agents around.
All right, well done, Chris. But is there any would-be voter or someone who has voted that can speak with you so that we can ask the person's experience?
Yes, I can get somebody who has voted to talk to you.
That will be great.
Yes. One of the people around here is a person identified. The friend, his name is Solomon Eze. He's also a voter who has come here, and he has voted. And if you ask him, he can tell you his experience. He asked him a few questions. Hold on. Solomon, Signature TV officials want to talk to you. Hello?
Hello, Solomon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for answering our call so that we can speak with you. How was your experience in voting compared to other elections, which I am sure you've been involved with? What was the process? Can you take us through the process?
It's only that the election material came late. Although they came late, but we have started and everybody's voting without any problem.
That's great. And I hope the polling station was not too far from where you reside.
No. I'll back at my house.
Okay, that's great. So now that you have voted, are you going to wait till the counting is done at the close of polling?
Of course, I will wait.
Okay.
Of course, I will wait.
Is there any other information you want to give to Signature TV concerning the polling station?
Because some people have already came early in the morning and some people went back home. That's all I observed.
So, since it's a community, a close community, so to speak, where people know each other, is it not possible for you to call back each other, especially those who had left earlier to come back, that voting has started?
Some people have, we're calling some people on phone. Some are saying they are not going to come back. Some are also coming back now.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much for your efforts in ensuring that people do partake in their civic duties. Thank you. Let me speak to Chris Maduka. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much
for answering the call of Signature TV.
Hello.
Chris, thank you for the good job you're doing. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Barry, I can hear you very well.
So we still believe that you still update us some more.
Thank you.
From a different polling station, hopefully.
Yes, I'm trying to see whether I can get to another place.
That would be great. So thank you very much for now.
Thank you, Barry.
We move on to our story on Jordan. Hundreds of Jordanians marched in central Amman on Friday in support of Gaza and Lebanon. Israeli military said it had targeted Hezbollah's central headquarters in Beirut's southern suburbs on Friday in an attack that shook the Lebanese capital and sent thick clouds of smoke over the city. Iran-backed Hezbollah's Al-Mana television reported that 4 buildings were destroyed and there were many casualties in the multiple strikes, which marked a major escalation of Israel's conflict with a heavily armed Hezbollah. But Friday's attack was far more powerful, with multiple blasts shaking windows across the city, recalling Israeli airstrikes during the war it fought with Hezbollah in 2006. Many at Amman's protest were carrying signs with Palestinian and Jordanian and Lebanese flags and chanted pro-Palestinian slogans. Jordan, which lies at the heart of the Arab-Israeli conflict, hosts 2.4 million Palestinian refugees, the largest number of such refugees among Israel's neighbors, and many of its citizens are of Palestinian origin. The leader of Austria's far-right Freedom Party, FPÖ, Herbert Kickl, promised to bring real change at a rally ahead of the weekend's election. Austria's parliamentary election on Sunday is a tight race between the FPÖ, which is critical of Islam and wants tougher immigration laws, and the ruling Conservative Austrian People's Party of Chancellor Karl Nehammer. The FPÖ's lead is now wafer thin, and the OVP has stepped up its depictions of Kickl, an ally of Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban, as an extremist threat to security and democracy. Whoever wins will fall well short of an absolute majority and will need to form a coalition with at least one other party to command a stable majority in parliament. With the top 3 parties currently polling between 20% and 30% support, there are a limited number of pathways to a parliamentary majority. The only two-way tie-up that will command a majority, opinion polls suggest, is one between the FPÖ and OVP. The OVP is also the only party that has been open to align with the FPÖ. Parties overlap on policy, particularly on more strict immigration rules and tax cuts. But Chancellor Karl Nehammer of the OVP, who currently leads a coalition with the Greens, says he and his party will not take part in a government with Kickl in it. Kickl says it will be undemocratic for him not to be asked to form a government if he wins, given how heavily the FPÖ have pushed him as future chancellor. It looks unlikely to step aside so that the government could emerge led by another FPÖ figure. Russian expert says any potential changes to Russia's nuclear doctrine will serve as a warning to Western countries which are increasingly involved in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. During a Security Council meeting on nuclear deterrence Wednesday, Russian President Vladimir Putin said that the country reserves the right to use nuclear weapons in the event of aggression. According to Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov, the signal serves as a warning to these countries about the consequences of engaging in an attack on Russia through various means, not necessarily nuclear. Peskov added that Russia's nuclear deterrence policies are currently being adjusted to reflect the increasing tensions along the country's borders. Director of the Center for Comprehensive European and International Studies with the National Research University Higher School of Economics, Vasyl Kashin, said that Ukrainian strikes on Russian territory are supported by Western weapons, training, and even direct involvement, noting Western nations should be held responsible. Former Cuban leader Raul Castro met with Vietnamese President Lam on Friday during an official visit to Havana. Cuban television footage showed Castro greeting Lam and meeting with delegations from both countries. According to the Cuban press, Castro and Lam discussed the historic ties of friendship between the state of relations between the two governments. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel received Lam on Thursday at the Palace of the Revolution, where they held a private meeting. According to Cuba's official press, the two countries signed 7 binational agreements on economic and political issues. Peru ramped up street policing on Friday after declaring a state of emergency in response to a sharp rise in crime in Lima. Police officers were deployed early Friday morning in the streets of Lima. They checked passersby's IDs and guided public transportation at bus stops. Peru's government declared a 60-day state of emergency in 14 districts of the metropolitan Lima and the neighboring Callao province on Thursday. The measure will put Peru's armed forces out on the streets and help police clamp down on the wave of extortion that has plagued the capital. Video and photos captured by National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of Hurricane Helene churning towards the U.S. on Thursday shows monster waves in the Gulf of Mexico. The hurricane created waves close to 30 feet in height and powerful wind gusts. Helene brought life-threatening flooding to the Carolinas on Friday after leaving widespread destruction in Florida and Georgia that killed at least 33 people, swamped neighborhoods, and left more than 4 million homes and businesses without power. Pope Francis met on Friday a group of refugees who have received help from a transcultural trauma care center at the Catholic University of Leuven to talk about their personal experiences. Each one of them was given a brief moment to tell the pontiff about their personal experiences and their hopes. Buki said he does not feel it would be safe to go back to his home in St. Petersburg. Palestinian refugee Ala Abu Shamala said he wanted to tell the Pope that Israelis are using starvation as a weapon of war. The Pope has made care for refugees and migrants a priority of his 11-year papacy. During the first leg of his rare Europe trip in Luxembourg, the Pope suggested that an increase in foreign aid could help stem the flow of refugees and migrants seeking to enter Europe. Nile University Abuja defeated the host University of Lagos, UNILAG, by 57-54 in a basketball event of the All-African University Games, FASU, in Lagos. The match was played on Friday at the UNILAG Sports Hall. Nile University had previously defeated UNILAG at last Nigerian University Games ENUGU, also hosted by UNILAG. Semi-final men's basketball encounter between the two rivals saw Nile University have dominance over UNILAG, securing a place in the final of the games. Team Nile University started off with a good rebound and 3-pointers to win the first quarter. UNILAG, however, came back strongly at the second quarter and took the lead. Team Nile University won the last quarter and booked a place in the final. David Oromofo, a Nile University player, commended Team UNILAG, describing the team as a group of talented players. Team Nile University will play Lagos State University Lasso Bombers in the final. FIFA on Friday said the host cities for the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup will be announced on Saturday. Expanded club competition will be hosted in the United States and will run from June 15 to July 13, 2025, with top 32 clubs from around the globe participating. FIFA plans to announce the host cities and stadiums from the Global Citizen Festival in New York. Atlanta, Seattle, Miami, Orlando, Pasadena, California, and East Rutherford, New Jersey are all cities in the running to host matches in the tournament. That's the news this hour. I am Barry Kumo Ado. Thanks for watching.
So I should not waste my whole time voting when I know it will not count. I am telling you, don't fool yourself. It is not going to count. If you are saying election, you're just wasting your time because it will go as usual. Winner takes all. And again, money politics. Some time ago, they say governor invited all of them. And he was interviewing them one by one. Is governor supposed to interview them or the masses? Are we not supposed to say, now you want to contest? Okay, we'll vote for you. The governor invited them and began to interview them one by one. And at the end of the day, they say, governor has chosen somebody to conduct election. Automatically, what it shows is that the election has been conducted by governor himself. He has appointed somebody he likes to rule the whole local government. So they say, Supreme Court say it will be independent. It is not independent. When they put clause there that governor must reverse it, it is no more independent because governors are not really helping matters. Okay. They are biased people, all of them. More especially in Igbo land.
This current election, I won't.
What are your reasons?
One of my reasons is that my polling unit is not in ENUGU town metropolis. I'm traveling down to my village, and cost of living right now, I can't afford the transportation right now to go for the voting. We have voted for the presidential and governorship election last time. I voted all the elections, the past election, but this time around, the cost of living and poor transportation is quite unfortunate for me to afford it. So as a student, I can't afford it, and I'm still managing myself to go to school.
There's no specific reason, but I don't think I've seen a reason to vote. I don't think there's a reason for me to actually go and vote. I'm not just interested.
I'm not sure about that. It should be 50-50 on my side. My reasons is that the leaders are not helping matters. In the presence of, in the situation that we are now, I'm not sure that anybody that entered there will do well. Are you getting me? Because we are hoping on them, but they are not giving us any reliable trust. Are you getting me? Things are getting worse every day. When we vote someone in, anybody that is voted in will be worse than the one there before. They are all after their own. Then they forget about the promises. Things are costly. They are not talking about that. So what will give us the zeal to come out on this election to stand for them? The truth is that the masses are not happy.
I've been partaking at every election that is going on in the country. So now that you guys have informed me, I will be part of the exercise. What makes me distinguished in this country's election is that there is no free and fair election in this country. So after every voting, you will find out that the actual result being the actual result of the election is not what we will see after the election. So that's why I'm not feeling stubborn. But once you guys have informed me now, I will still come and participate.
I'm aware of it. They came to the market and announced it, and we will come out for it because it's for our own good.
Many a times, after the election, you will know and you will be assured that this person is supposed to be the one that wins the something. After a while, reverse will be the case. So that's why I don't want to make out my time to go and stand under the storm, to wait or to queue to vote for somebody I want to vote for.
You go to some of our public institutions, because you want to, the tuition is free, the laboratories are almost empty. So when you pay money, just like an investor, when you pay, you ask for value. When you see buses in the nation's capital, buses are designed to take 50 passengers. Sometimes you have over 110, 120. That's because they are highly subsidized and free. For me, subsidy, yes, but free, highly no. It shouldn't be free. And this is the only way to be honest, because we're preaching about sustainability. If it is free, we can't sustain it.
If masses are going to be paid, it has to be in a subsidized amount of money. Let the government subsidize it, because major thing we are facing now is a problem of transportation, the high cost of transportation. All of us move from one place to the other, goods and services move from one place to the other, but when the cost for transporting goods and services to where it is needed is highly expensive, it will affect the price of goods and service itself.
Let Innocent produce buses for Nigeria, electric buses, and let them be carrying people all over 100 naira. Nigerians can afford it. 100 naira. Even if from here to Gawalada, 100 naira. From Ketu in Lagos to Victoria Island, 100 naira. If they do that, the buses, the distance will reduce. You understand me? You set up a charging point where they can go and charge their buses. Like in Lagos now, they have a depot for the buses. Let them go there and charge the buses and be carrying people 100 naira. It will reduce the economy.
A state like Ebonyi State budgeted 68 million to buy SUVs for their state House of Rep members. So if that can be budgeted, state like Benue, Governor Ilya was saying the budget for House of Rep members to acquire a car is 60 million. That means Nigeria is wealthy. I think transportation can be made free, but I don't think these people that are making money from this would like to stop right now. The transport sector is a huge sector of the economy, but then the everyday increase in prices, remember, has not made people to be happy about the transport sector.
Coincidentally, if the governor can instruct the director or the manager of any transport state corporation that any citizen, not only even their citizen, any person that come to their office that are looking for assistance of the transportation from their state to another state, or interstate or intrastate, they should be giving them, consider them free or complimentary board ride of transportation from point A to point B. The lower people, the less privileged, the state government should make it, and students, the old people, they should make it free to them.
Really affecting. Like if you can see people moving over there, everybody are trekking, they cannot enter transport because of the cost of transport and all that. People go a long distance, 1 mile, 2 mile trekking because of no money. And not only that, a lot of criminal and all that. I know I have lost out to 4 phone where I was trying to see how I can get a cheaper car, because where I want to go, then charge me a lot to take me to that place. The first day I lost my phone, second time I lost my phone. And it's because of hungry. That is why those boys increase in robbery.
Abuja is not working very effectively. You know. Then the government should look into it and provide more. And they can go to countries, other countries, developed countries, go there and get there. They know what to do, and they bring it down the price. And they also consider the pass also, because the former one, the urban mass, many of them packed now in the garage. They are not working. And they ask, they say, this one has a small issue, this one has a small issue. Which day are they going to fix it? So they will government need to sit up to put these things in order.
That is voices from the streets, where people express their opinion about different policies of the government. From the nation's capital, Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman, reporting for Signature TV.
Welcome to Evi's Entertainment Show on Signature TV. And as usual, I'm your host, Layomi Ademi. As always, this show is packed with the latest buzz from the world of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity comebacks to the juiciest industry gossip. The gist of latest movies and music that you shouldn't miss. And interviews with guests. We've got it all covered. So grab your popcorn, sit back and enjoy the very best of entertainment. You really don't want to miss all the news we have for today. So in our first news for today, Tems reacts to the bizarre rumors of pregnancy with Future. Why not Wizkid or Drake? Wow. So Nigerian singer Tems has addressed the wild rumors circulating on social media about her allegedly being pregnant with American rapper Future. During a recent appearance on the Breakfast Club, Tems took the opportunity to set the record straight and express her bewilderment over the speculation. While discussing her music career, and the Afrobeat scene, Tems was asked about the most outrageous rumor she has heard about herself. She pointed to the bizarre claim from earlier in the year that she was expecting a child with Future, who has 8 children with various partners. Tems said that the wildest thing she has heard about herself is probably this pregnancy rumor, and she doesn't even know where it came from. She was just going about her life, and suddenly the craziness erupted. She said she thinks it's just because people recognize her and create these stories. Tems admitted that she was taken aback by the rumor, questioning its logic. Oh yeah, it seems like a lot of people just grab the most outrageous thing they can think of. She was thinking, why is she pregnant? And for Future, why Future? Why him? That's the craziest thing. Why not Wizkid? Why not Drake? Why not someone else? It would be the same thing, but with Future is extreme, she explained. When asked if her family reached out to her about the rumors, Tems responded with a laugh and said that her family just sent her prayers, and they were like, you won't be pregnant for any kind of future in Jesus' name. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Family members always do the most at times. Which ones you will not be pregnant for any kind of future? Wow. Wow. So we see Tems coming out to tell us that please, I'm not pregnant. So please, when I see this pregnancy that they talk about, and being a hilarious and with a sense of humor that we all know that she can have at times. She's trying to tell people that instead of her to say, okay, I'm not just pregnant with Future, for Future, she's also saying that, please, why do you guys not mention Wizkid? Why do you not mention Drake? Please, which one is Future? Instead of her to just debunk the rumor and just go away, but now she's telling us that the other names you could have suggested. Is she giving us ideas? What's going on? So I think maybe because of the single that they dropped, Future, Drake and Tems. So I think this is one of the reasons why people might be thinking that, okay, maybe there's something here. So like she said, why not Drake? Because she has sang with Drake like twice now. So why are you guys not calling Drake? And well, who knows? But now she's telling us that she's not pregnant. Oh, I beg, she's not pregnant, and it's not with Future as well or any musician. Yeah. So in other news, Nicki Minaj says Nigeria will not end me in her latest social media posts. American hip-hop sensation Nicki Minaj is proudly embracing her Nigerian side on social media. In a recent update on X, formerly known as Twitter, Minaj words drew attention for their distinct Nigerian flavor. On September 10, 2024, Nicki Minaj took to X to share her thoughts on NFL's choice of Kendrick Lamar as the headliner for the 2025 Super Bowl halftime show in New Orleans. Minaj, who has long championed her Young Money Records mentor, Lil Wayne, argued that he was the natural choice, given his profound influence on hip-hop and his connection to New Orleans. The post generated a wave of reactions, including criticism from some who felt that Lil Wayne was not the right pick. In response to one critical comment, Minaj let loose with a passionate retort that echoed as a Nigerian tone. In response to these observations, Nicki Minaj joked that Nigeria won't kill her, while quoting the popular line from Arasta's Comma Sabi girl no dey too like talk in an expression of her Nigerian side. She wrote, LMFAOOO, Nigeria will not end her Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Her words take the express elevator to the most high chi. She will show them pepper. That's what she said. Minaj previously picked interest at Minaj actually had previously picked interest among Nigerians with her use of pidgin English while addressing a troll on X. When questioned about her familiarity with the language, she revealed her comfort with the Nigerian vernacular, adding to her growing connection to her Nigerian fans. So Nicki Minaj, yeah, we all heard of the news. I don't know if you heard of. I did. I'm sure you did. Of the news of Kendrick Lamar being chosen to sing on the halftime for Super Bowl in 2025 in February. And a lot of people, there've been a lot of reactions since that announcement. We have heard a lot of people saying that, okay, yes, congrats, Kendrick, congrats, you deserve this and all. And there've been some other people saying that, no, Lil Wayne is better. Like, Lil Wayne deserves this more like that, yeah. That since he's a New Orleans person, like, people know him in New Orleans a lot, and also he's their hometown favorite. That's what so many people have been like. Okay, so then Nicki Minaj also came out and said that, okay, Jay-Z is just trying to give, like, because he doesn't like Nicki Minaj doesn't like some other people that are associated with them, that because of this reason he's also punishing Lil Wayne and everything. So we heard of all this saga. So Nicki Minaj now is responding to somebody and responding to a troll, and it's just giving Nigerian vibes. I don't know why we are known for gbas in Nigeria. I don't know why. But anyway, it's nice to see her pay a bit of like support to our Nigerian fans in a way. Like her even talking about Arasta's line, like the song "Sabi girl no to like talk." Oh. So it's really nice to see actually, and I'm sure so many of our fans, Nigerian fans, would have been like, yes, that's our queen, tuck it. Yeah, but I don't know why I'm not too like violence. Why not like violence? Why? In other news, Beyonce declares that she has paid her dues over 100 times in GQ magazine feature. American music icon Beyonce is celebrating her illustrious career in a new interview for GQ magazine's October issue, where she reflects on her achievements and tireless work ethic. The Grammy-winning superstar, who is featured on magazine's covers, proudly states that she had paid her dues 100 times over. She works harder than anyone else she knows, and now she works smarter. Beyonce emphasized that her greatest reward is the personal joy she finds in her work. She said that if she has created and has inspired anyone to think freely and believe in the impossible, then that's the real gift. For Beyonce, singing is not a passion but a fundamental necessity. Singing is one of the deepest joys of her life and as vital as breath itself. Without it, without music and creating, she'd be walking dead. Making music isn't a work for her, it is what she was born to do, she explained. At 43, Beyonce stands as the most awarded artist in Grammy history with 32 awards and remains one of the best-selling music artists of all time. Often hailed as the queen of pop, her influence and legacy in the music industry continues to resonate worldwide. So yeah, we know that Shabuzi was nominated for 2 awards in the Country Music Award CMA. So, and that was that news came out yesterday, and we know that we know that so many people were actually sad that Beyonce did not get nominated, and even her dad came out to talk about the issue. and like it's like it's everywhere, and everybody's just wondering what's going on. But Beyonce being the queen she is, she's coming out to tell you guys, I've done a lot of things. You understand? I'm a queen in this business. I don't need to stress myself about any nomination. I like the fact that she's not dragging herself into the mess, or talking about the fact that okay, they didn't nominate me, and country is my thing, and country music is my thing, and all. I like the fact that she's coming out to just tell us that okay, I am who I am. I'm still the boss. You get? No one can take that from me, and that's nice. That's really nice. That's really nice. We know that she has won a lot of Grammys, and she's already up there. So why should she be dragging for CMA award? Please, 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 please. She doesn't need to drag for that. Yes, she said, like she said, music is for her like it gives. Music is life for her. So she doesn't, all this drama that you guys are trying to put, she doesn't really have time for that. She's making music and she's loving it, and she's loving the fact that it's impacting a lot of lives. Yeah. In other news, Dave Grohl says he's a father to a new daughter outside his 21-year marriage. Dave Grohl says he recently fathered a daughter outside his 21-year marriage to Jordan Blum, who he has 3 older daughters with. The Foo Fighters frontman and former Nirvana drummer said on Tuesday in an Instagram post that he has recently become the father of a new baby daughter born outside his marriage, and he plans to be a loving and supporting parent to her. He explained that he loves his wife and his children, and is doing everything he can to regain their trust and earn their forgiveness. Grohl, 55, did not share any other details about the baby or her mother. His representative declined any comments beyond the posting. Grohl married Blum, a former model turned film and TV producer, in 2003, and they have 3 daughters together, including 18-year-old singer Violet Grohl, along with a 15-year-old and a 10-year-old. He was previously married to photographer Jennifer Lai Youngblood from 1997 until 1994 to 1997, and has acknowledged that infidelity led to their divorce. Grohl started the Foo Fighters in 1994, soon after the death of Kurt Cobain, which brought an end to Nirvana. In 2022, the band's longtime drummer and Grohl's best friend Taylor Hawkins died during a South American tour. So we can't believe this. Like, everyone out there, if you look at the reactions on the internet, on social media, it's just crazy. Everyone is so disappointed. Like, disappointment is so wild. Like, it's gross. I'm seeing people going to his former posts and commenting that I can't believe so you could not even stay faithful. So, like, with the fact that infidelity was what ended his first marriage, so, and he still brought it into this new marriage, and they've had 3 daughters. Wow, it's just a lot. I can say a lot of people are disappointed, but in a way his post shows remorse. I guess he's kind of remorseful about his intention, and at least he's not denying the child. Yes, even though we don't know who the child is or the mother is, he's not denying the child. He's saying that okay, I'm still going to be a good parent to this child, even though I know that okay, this came out of some bad decisions of mine. I'm still standing by my decisions and choosing to take care of the child, the consequences, and which is something I feel like we should what's the name, like give him a bit of accolade for. Like, he's standing by his decision, like taking responsibility, which is good. Even though some of us are disappointed. Then there have been some rumors about even his first daughter Violet having to deactivate her account on Instagram because of all this drama and all. But we don't know how true it is. But we just hope that like things turn out well for his family, because imagine getting a shock like this. And I don't know, we don't know what they are going through, so we just hope that like things settle down and they find a way around it. Yeah, like the new child, no one gets like no one loses at the end of the day. Both the coming child and the children he has and his marriage and all. So as we get further news, I'll probably update you guys. You understand? So in other news, Pharrell as a Lego and Robbie Williams as a chimp. Music biopics gets creative. Many of the expected conventions of music biopics are present in Piece by Piece, about the producer turned pop star Pharrell Williams and Better Man about the British singer Robbie Williams. There is a young artist's urge to break through, follow creative periods and regrettably chapters of fame adult excess. But there are a few little differences in Piece by Piece. Pharrell is a Lego and in Better Man, Williams is played by a CGI monkey. If the music biopic can sometimes feel a little stale in format, these two movies, both premiering this week at Toronto International Film Festival, attempt novel remixes. In each film, Williams recounts his life story as a narrator, but their on-screen selves aren't movie stars who studied to get a part just right, but computer-generated animations living out real superstar fantasies. While neither Williams has much in common as the musician, neither has had a very traditional career. Their films became reflections of their individuality and maybe a way to distinguish themselves in the crowded field of music biopics like Bohemian Rhapsody and Rocketman. This is about being who you are, even if it's not something that can be put in a box, Pharrell said in an interview alongside director Morgan Neville. The experience watching the crowd-pleasing Piece by Piece, which focus features will be released in October 11, can be pleasantly discombobulating. A wide spectrum of themes you've never expected to see in Lego form are animated. Virginia Beach, where Pharrell grew up, an album of Stevie Wonder's sung in the key of life, Jay-Z. In the film, the actor playing William is Jono Davis, only we don't see him either, not unlike the process on the Planet of Apes film. Davis performed in a motion capture suit. Later, digital effects teams placed the chimpanzee of the film on top of him. On one part is Williams himself, and the eyes of the monkey's face, and every other character, meanwhile, is human. So we are seeing that we're expecting two movies for music biopics, and we're expecting Better Man, which is about the singer Robbie Williams. We're expecting Piece by Piece, which is meant to be centered around Pharrell Williams. And this news has broken the internet. If you love Lego animations, I'm sure this is one movies you want to look out for. Both movies will be coming out this October. Like I said, I can't leave you guys without any movie to anticipate. I always want to give you guys a gist. Like there has to be a movie that you're looking out for. You understand? We talk about Wura, but now we're talking about Better Man. We're talking about Piece by Piece. So look out for these movies in October. Yes, in October. They come out in October, and enjoy these different, because this is giving us like a different vibe to it. Yeah, we are seeing someone's life being turned to Lego animation, and we are seeing someone's career being told as a movie. It's just something to look forward to. Yeah, something new. Music biopics is giving us something new. So, and that's all for the news for today. You guys have heard the gist from Thames telling us that she's not pregnant. You've heard the gist from Beyonce telling us that she's still the queen of pop. She's still the best, and music is what is most important to her, like making music itself, and it's impacting lives, not any other thing you guys might think. So we've heard from Dave Grohl about the whole him having another child, and also we've heard that news. So you know all this news. I know I'm here to keep you updated. So I have an interesting guest for you today as well. So fingers crossed, you guys should stay on your seats, and I hope that popcorn you're eating has not finished too. I hope it has not finished. So I'll be going on a little break, and you'll be seeing my guest soon. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And this is E-Vibes. You're still on E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. And like I said before, I have a wonderful guest for you today. We're diving into the world of music. Are you guys excited? So, name of my guest is Ezeanyi Soprochukwu. You can call him Rabbi, yes. And he's a music tutor. He's a performing musician, he's a guitarist, songwriter, a lot of things. So yeah, Rabbi, welcome to the studio. It's lovely to have you here. Thank you. So yeah, let's go into this, because I'm sure there are a lot of people want to know. Because this, it seems like the guitar is what you do. Like it's not like, okay, I sing alone. Because you know there are a lot of musicians out there, and you say that, okay, yeah, they sing and everything. But you, it seems like the guitar is something more like peculiar to you.
I sing, I play the guitar.
Okay.
I love the guitar a
So,
lot.
can you tell us your early experiences with the guitar and what actually drew you to playing the guitar?
I don't think there is a particular thing that drew me to playing the guitar. I've always loved music. Some people are able to say I started doing music at so time, but I can't really say when I actually started. I know I've always loved music. But then after my secondary school, that was years back, I met a man who introduced me to the guitar. But then we got separated again. But later, when I got my first guitar, I had to go back to the lesson notes and textbooks he gave me back in the days, and I started. And
so
it has always been guitar all those while.
So you're saying that person is one of the reasons why you chose the instrument guitar? Because there are a lot of instruments out there that people.
Of course, I before then I saw people. I've tried learning the piano before, so I see people who play the piano. I see people who play the violin, the saxophone, trumpet, then guitar. But then I think I was attracted to the guitar more than the other ones.
And well, the guitar is fine.
It's cool.
So, can you tell us one of the biggest challenges you faced while mastering the guitar? Because now we can say you are good at it. You can say you are not that guy that was learning that time. You are better at it. So, can you tell us some of the challenges you faced while learning?
Guitar is a very difficult instrument. That is just what it is. Yeah, manually, it's very, very complicated and it's tedious. But then I believe if you love something, it makes it easier. You understand? At first, it was very hard finding a guitar teacher. I see people who play, but then seeing people who teach, those are two different things. And then the injuries on the fingers and every other stuff. But like I said, if you love something, it makes the journey a bit easier. Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us, like, how do you maintain being fresh, like in your delivery of playing the guitar? Because at the end of the day, it's one instrument. It's an instrument that doesn't change, but you yourself, you are changing now. So, like, tell us about that. How do you always make sure the tune coming out from this has to be fresh?
You just keep rehearsing. That's just what it is. Just keep rehearsing. Although for me, it's not just necessarily rehearsals. For me, music is a way of life. Yeah, guitar is a way of life. When I'm bored, I want to play and sing. When I'm excited, I want to play and sing. When I feel sad, I want to play and sing. You understand? For me, it's something I just keep doing, and it just keeps getting better and better.
So you're saying it's like an outlet for you. That's how you express.
That's what it has always been. Music has always been a form of expression for me.
Can you point to one or two persons that has been like a major influence on you when it comes to this your music journey?
Do you mean people we know?
It can be people we know. It can be people personal to you. Like the point is, they influence the journey.
A whole lot of people influenced the journey. Okay, for instance, my dad loves music a lot. And then when I was very young, when my mom was a member of a gospel band, sometimes she takes me to their rehearsals. And then while I kept growing, I was in the children's choir in church. I sang at Block Rosary. So I met some other people. But then the school choir master, the man who taught me the guitar, all these people played certain roles at certain points. But then when you come to people we know, I've always loved Two-Face Idibia. I think more than the others. And then I've loved Asha a lot.
Yeah, you see a lot of guitar too.
And then if you know Celeste Inoku, and then Mike Ejaga.
Wow.
But then when it comes to gospel music, which is what I do most of the times, a whole lot of them. A whole lot.
Okay. So can you talk us through how you approach learning a new piece or technique? Because as you I believe that when you're learning an instrument or when you are using an instrument, more things come out daily, like you see. So how do you approach like taking on a new technique?
Okay, you see, music is like a language. First you learn the language, then you start exploring books written in that language.
Oh wow, so you read books for it as well?
Yeah, that is what it is. Like, for instance, it's easier for you to read novels that are written in English, but novels that are written in German may be a bit difficult for you. But when you learn to read German, then you just keep reading new magazines, new novels as they come out. You understand? One is learning how to play the guitar, ability to keep your fingers on the fretboard. When you want to hold a chord, your fingers are able to do it. Then you start learning what you want to learn or what you should learn. You understand? And like I said, if you love something, it makes it a bit easier. If I hear a song I love that I want to learn, then I'll go ahead and listen to it. Then maybe I will look for the chord chart. Once I understand it, my fingers already know what to do. It just flows.
My master is talking. So if I'm a beginner and I want to learn how to play guitar, I just saw that instrument, I'm like, it's fine, I might want to learn it. What would be like your advice to me? How would you speak to me about it?
The first thing I will tell you is how frustrating guitar is.
Wow. So you're not going to at least make me see that this is what it's like. I need to really learn this.
You see, people love to focus on the beauty. We love to focus on the beauty. We love to focus on our sweet fantasy. You understand? So I shouldn't tell you more stories about the beauty. You're already attracted to it. That's why you got interested. So I have to tell you the realities involved in it. So first I will tell you that guitar no easy. You know, easy. It's very difficult. It needs your time. It needs your dedication, and then it needs your resources. But then I start telling you what it entails. Get a good guitar, get a good teacher. Yeah, have time that you set apart for your rehearsals. You understand? And you have to keep being on it no matter what you encounter, because it has a way of frustrating you at some point. It's the truth. But it's beautiful, it's worth it.
Okay, so if you're out there and you want to learn how to play guitar, first thing is telling us that it's difficult. It's very difficult.
But it's worth the pain.
But it's worth the pain.
It's worth the pain.
It's worth the pain. So we know that now everything is now going tech-wise. Everything is going digital. The world has gone digital. So and technology is everywhere, affecting everything. So how would you say technology has affected you as a musician playing the guitar, a guitarist? Yes. And also you tutor as well. So you tell us that thing. So I want to hear you from the aspect of being a guitarist, how has technology affected that process of you making music and also teaching it as well?
Okay, I think it has its positive and negative side. For instance, it became easy to source information. You understand? When I started learning the guitar, we are still using our button phone, Nokia button phones, you understand? So before you learn a new thing, you have to get to somebody who plays that.
Okay, I get
You understand? Or you look for a chord chart where it's drawn. But then where do you even find that? But now it's easy. You guys can be maybe 50 guitarists who don't even know each other. You're in a WhatsApp group, you share ideas, you can go on YouTube, get new informations. But then, like every other thing, sometimes too much information tends to suffocate you. And it has a way of eroding our patience. Because you're learning this, you're already seeing something else, you're seeing something else. You understand? And when you're trying to teach new students, sometimes the internet exposes them to people who are far advanced, and they're like, that's the way I want to play. But they forget that they have to get through this level. But then generally it has made the journey beautiful and smoother, because you want to learn jazz, the information is out there. You want to learn blues, the information is out there. You want to learn high life, the information is out there. You want to learn rumba, the information is out there. So.
Okay. But would you say technology has also affected the instrument itself? Like, is there any now new advanced?
It just keeps getting better and better. The rudiments are still the same.
Okay.
You understand? The rudiments of guitar are still the same. But then there are more advanced ones. But personally, I play more of the acoustic. So you get to find those differences much in electric guitars. I prefer the acoustic, the natural wooden sound. I love it more. Yeah. I'm a singer who accompanies his singing with his guitar.
So the guitar, as much as the guitar is your love, it's just helping what you do.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get that back to it. So yeah, we'll watch a video of Baba here, of him performing. I know that you guys want to, you have been seeing this guitar on his, and you just want to know that, okay, yes, so how can he play the guitar alone to have his life for us? But anyway, let's watch.
But I have a bad voice today, but I'll still sing anyway.
Let's watch this video first. We'll talk about that. Let's watch this video.
He's the rabbi. Many times I try to be the best I can be, to do the best I can do. Truly I want to be the best man. Abaka impress us. Sometimes it seems to me that humans don't really care. Makapicha ko bambo ya tonogwe, abakwa boba to otonogwe, kanjo mobogwe kapialako. Ijenu makanke nwele go bu brother Ben, mankene nwele go bu Benji, okwanke nwele go bu musician, manko benye ne bunu guitar akwogale n'ụzọ. Mana kụzielu mo onye nkuzi, kụziere mo onye nkuzi, ka nghọta n'ije ụwa bụ onye melike ya ụna. Kụziere mo onye nkuzi, kụziere mo onye nkuzi, ka nghọta n'ije ụwa bụ onye melike ya ụna. It doesn't matter kisi bambo, ufodu amakweni na bambo. Till you do pass yourself, brother. Ihera isinisi dinabano. Chetakwa no nye bula sowe ya. Asaga no konyo zechi. Ka impress ye Delilah, impress ye Delilah. Afusi akobani si odogu. truly it hurts me that my best is not enough. Man of being equal, and you want your baby no chuku. Makana picha ko bambo ya tono we, abakwa boba tono we, can you mobo we kapiala ijenu. Okanke wele go bu brother Ben, mankene wele go bu benji. Okanke wele go bu musician, manko bengi na bunu guitar. Apogale nozo, mana kuzemo onyenkuzi, kuzemo onyenkuzi, kangota ni juwa, onye meliki yaona. Kuzemo onyenkuzi, kangota ni juwa, onye meliki yaona. Makana picha kubambu ya tuonogwe, abakwa boba to otuonogwe, kanjo obogwe kapizia lako ijenu. Ebendi madu ne chalanya, buonye gali jene no mili, buonye na polite kununde ulangu. My case bobelo kununu, asibu ceremony.
Oh my goodness, the tune. It's not that I cannot speak in Igbo for just this sing everything. But if I start singing, I'll be like as if I'm cursing myself. But anyway, I'm sure you guys enjoyed that. Can you tell us about that song we just listened to, the title,
Okay.
the meaning?
The song is titled Onyenkuzi.
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 Your song?
Yes, it's an original song. Onyenkuzi simply means teacher.
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 So what inspired you?
So the song says Kuzi elumu onyenkuzi kamughota nejo wa onye melike yona. Teach me, oh teacher, in a way that I will really understand that in this world you just do the much you can and then you go. The song is a prayer and is an inspirational song. It's a song that speaks to every hard-working person out. I wish you understand it, because the verse one says, many times I try to do the best I can do, but people will not accept that you're doing the best you want to do. Understand? Many times I hope I will be the best. Manabara can impress us. You don't please a beautiful woman with empty hand. Because, and then I said, Nkemwele go brother Ben. The wealthy one is called brother Ben, but the poor one is called Benji, because the wealthy one is the musician, but the poor one is that guy who moves around with the guitar. But still, teach me, oh teacher, to understand that you can only do the best you can do. You understand?
Wow. So the song is not just wonderful, like melodious, but it's also very meaningful. I like that.
Yeah,
like
music is a means of expression for me.
Yeah, you just mentioned the fact that, okay, this song like we just listened to now, it's Igbo, and like I said, I don't understand Igbo. Unfortunately, it's very unfortunate.
Sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's move on. Let's move on. It's fine. So, yes, is it only Igbo songs you sing?
No, but mostly Igbo. But I have original English songs too, many.
Wow, you have original that that hasn't been released.
Yeah, or the ones I'm working on. Tomorrow is my birthday, and I'll be dropping another track tomorrow.
Oh,
so,
happy birthday in advance!
Thank you.
Yeah. So let's do a small celebration of your birthday. Sing us a song, and preferably maybe an Igbo one, so I can an English one, so maybe I can enjoy it.
Okay. Sorry, I have a bad voice. I've been performing for a while now, but it's cool. We'll try. Okay, this song is titled "I Wish." Birthday reminds me that we are aging, we are growing old. So the song is titled I wish I'm still a child.
an infant, I was free and alone, sleeping in the womb of my mom as my home, living free from stress and all pains I don't know. Truly, truly, when I was only a child, my world was only happy, so gentle and mild. I never knew that life was not so sweet and kind, till my little years passed away like the night. Little baby, if only you know what you will see when you grow. I think you wish to grow, you wish to remain a child. Cause I remember those times when I was only a boy, playing with life like toy, but those days are gone. So I wish that incidents will come when I was only a boy, when I was free and young. Truly, truly, I wish, just like Adam and Eve, to live again in Eden. I wish I'm still a child. Do you know why? Then I used to play with my mama, sitting innocently at the feet of my papa, running around naked, ignoring clothes and wrap, lying down calmly as I've taken my supper. But now I have known life has so much to offer. It's filled with ups and downs. I can smile, I can suffer. Suddenly like lightning in flash and they thunder. Pleasures come and go, and sometimes I just wonder. I wish that incidents will come when I was only a boy, when I was free and young. Truly, truly, I wish, just like Adam and Eve, to live again in Eden. I wish I'm still a child. La 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 la.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, guys. That was mind blowing. That was mind blowing. Hey, we wish we were children so can go back to those days, because I heard it though. I heard it like the whole lyric, going back to the days where we didn't care about anything. We were just carefree, and our minds were just like, yes, no. It's giving me this nostalgic feeling and all. Nice. Wow. And this is him on a stress day. Oh, please. He said his voice is stressed. Did you hear that? Was that stressed? That's it. So imagine if you are now on your A game. What would now happen?
On my good day.
Wow. that was beautiful. That was really beautiful. So we don't have enough time. If you don't have enough time, there are still a lot of things I would love to ask you. But I want to know.
Okay.
Can you just tell us a bit about your future plans, like future projects that maybe we should look forward to or look out for?
Okay. For me, like I said, music is a means of expression. It is not just a thing of passion, it's also a career. I sing, I play the guitar, I teach. I also work with an institution, a higher institution, work in their music department. Then for me it's music all the way. I'm currently working on an EP. A track is already out, the Onyin Kuzi is on all musical platforms. And then the new one that is coming out tomorrow, and the one that is following it up, and the one that will follow it. So I'm working on an EP, and there is going to be another one after that, and another one after that. It's music all the way.
So it's telling us that we should expect more and more music.
More just.
That's what you should just expect from me. Expect music, and good music as well.
Sure, it has to be good music.
Good music. That's nice. It's been really wonderful having you here and talking with you. I enjoyed myself. I hope you also enjoyed this conversation with me as well. It's been so wonderful having you. Thank you so much.
Pleasure is mine.
So guys, we can see that my guest today, Rabbi, is telling us that he loves music. Music is everything for him. You know the way Beyonce was telling us that music is all that matters. So I had another person here that is telling me music is all that matters to him. Oh. So I really hope you enjoyed today's episode. I hope you enjoyed the from the news, all the gist, all the gossips that we see. We see Nicki Minaj giving us Nigerian vibes. I hope you really enjoyed yourself and you do well to tune in. I don't know why you have not subscribed yet, but please do it now. Yes. Tune in again tomorrow by 1 p.m. and enjoy yourself. Get the very best of entertainment. Life too stressful right now for you not to be entertained. Please. Yes. And do what to follow us on our social media platforms: Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and yes, YouTube as well. We are live 24/7 YouTube, and we're live on Facebook as well. So, and also do well to drop your comments. We love to hear from you. Anything that you feel you want us to know, or your thoughts or your opinions about any news or the guest or anything, please drop it. We want to hear from you. Yes. And I'm still remain your wonderful host, Laomi Ademi. So till next time, bye.
New day. It is a beautiful day. In fact, this is the weekend, and I'm sure most of you are happy and delighted to be at home resting. Well, wherever you are, if you're with your tea, your coffee, your pap, for some of us in Africa, in Nigeria in particular, I'm sure you would like to, take your pap and akara this morning. That's if you have fuel to go out to. But then, of course. Good morning and good morning. Welcome to New Day and Signature Television. Don't forget to go to all of our social media platforms. We're live on YouTube and Facebook. You can join us in this conversation that we're going to be having in the next few hours. My name is Joshua Orito, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I have in the studio with me a very beautiful, not young, but beautiful.
Oh my goodness, I'm not young, I'm old.
Yes, I know.
Oh my goodness.
I had to retract.
No, he didn't just say that.
Yeah. But then again, you are young.
Medicine after.
I know, right?
But I'll take that though.
You're welcome.
I'm Chigi Chiagoroman, like we always say. With a new day comes new opportunities, new ideas, and of course, new heights. So go out there, try again, show up again, and have an opportunity to do something great. You're welcome.
So we're going to be going over to our newspaper headlines and review in a minute. So you do not want to miss all that we have for you. Please stay tuned.
Don't go anywhere. Oh, okay. is our newspaper headline segment, where we bring you stories that made the national dailies. And first up will be Saturday Tribune. And right above the Saturday Tribune mast, Nigerians now see that hunger does not have tribal marks, coming from Yemi Farumbi. And Obaseki was Oshomole's protege who feigned loyalty, coming from Honorable Obiagbon.
And just below the mast, we have cabinet reshuffle. October 1, fears grip ministers. You can find this on the page 4, where the riders, politicians intensify lobby intrigues. Kwakwanso Sani may come in.
Still in Saturday Tribune, federal government to distribute 2,000 CNG tricycles to young Nigerians on October 1. I feel like giggling. Giggle away. All right.
Well, come to Unilag and see obituaries of 50-year-olds who died because they couldn't afford Medicare, says ex-Sano chairman Adefolaju.
And finally on Saturday Tribune, Tinubu mourns Akwa Ibom governor's wife's death that we found on page 6 of the Saturday Tribune.
And moving over to the Saturday Independent, just above the mast, what is Yaya Bello's original sin?
They don't want us to go there, no, seriously. They don't want us to go there.
I know, right? Okay. Tourism will contribute 12.3 trillion naira to economy in 8 years, says the federal government, with the riders creates 2.6 million new jobs. And finally, above the mast on page 29, Independence Day, Lagos CP reads riot act to protesters and troublemakers.
And just below the Saturday Independent mast, Nigeria loses over 5 trillion naira to pipeline vandalism and oil theft in 4 years, with riders that say corruption, poor funding, obsolete equipment frustrate security operatives, coming from the military. Economic saboteurs destroy critical national assets, cause environmental damages, says analysts. And NSCDC laments communities' poor support against crime, seek reward in exchange for information.
And the Christian Association of Nigerian Presidents salutes Bishop Oyedepo at 70, says church must be beacon of faith.
And finally, on the Saturday Vanguard on flooding, rivers, Niger, Benue water levels reach peak, says NHSA as they warn.
Women in the oil marketing urge President Tinubu to appoint female as GMD of NNPC.
Wow, interesting.
Okay. And moving over to the Saturday Punch, we have Tinubu Obasanjo governs celebrate Oyedepo at 70th birthday.
Wow, congratulations, man of God. All right, still on Saturday Punch, Lagos, Ogun, one residents as Oyo Dam plans water release. EFCC detains ex-governor Ishako over alleged 27 billion naira fraud.
And boldly written, beg your pardon, how Bobrisky spent jail time in Kirikiri special cell. You can find this on page 4, with the rider cross-dressers received visitors in prison. Controversy trials, correctional officers, suspension.
Okay. Okay, this will interest you. Men use dump us despite our perfect shape, coming from BBL ladies as they reveal their regrets.
Why should this interest me?
Why would you ask me that question? I'm not just a BBL lady.
No, you said this will interest me. Okay, maybe to our viewer, not to me. I will take it as
it will interest your gender, okay? So, moving on.
I don't feel bad leaving music to care for sick son, says Stella.
Stella Moya, I remember her. Yeah. Why I'm seen as anti-Igbo, coming from Joe Ibokwe.
Nigerian women embrace sex toys amid marital struggles.
Interesting. And finally, on the Saturday Punch, policemen face trial over 1 million naira extortion from coppers.
And moving over to this stage, just below the mast, Tinubu, First Lady Akpabio, Abbas, Atiku, governors, PDP, APC, others mourn Patience Eno. The rider described her as humble, resilient, kind, dedicated to her people.
And above this day, masked Bagudu, UK, US citizens also facing cost of living crisis, with rider that says urges Nigerians to be patient with Tinubu. Yerima says banditry test is from God.
Stock market defies odd, gains 15.6 trillion naira in 9 months with the rider. Analysts forecast bright future for Bruce, says market remains resilient.
And finally, on this day, on Constitution review, draft bill ready, December 2025, Senate panel reveals. And moving over to the Weekend Trust, just below the mast, a decade after survivors recall deadly Jos terminus explosion, coming on page 8 of the Weekend Trust.
Alao Dam, originally for irrigation, former Lake Chad Basin MD.
And 27 billion naira fraud, EFCC arrests ex-Taraba governor Darius Ishako on page 35.
This is interesting because this is not the first governor that EFCC is going after now, but we'll leave that for the review.
Well, as long as whatever allegation is investigated and
Yes.
the report is made public, that is what we're calling for.
Well, even the one that has been made public, what has been done? Our dear white lion.
We'll get to that in a bit.
Moving over, just below the mouse, we have Fearless in October. Presidency moves to stop protests with the rider. No going back, says organizers. No one has notified us, says the police. Federal government should respond to yearnings of Nigeria, says Prof. Fagi.
And finally, on the Weekend Trust, free ride that nearly killed a childhood dream of making round-the-world trip, and flood kills 29, destroys 321,000 houses in KB.
And moving over to the Saturday Times, we have Please, just below the mass, why Nigerian women hate using contraceptives. Please help us. KB government begs as flood kills 29, destroys 321,000 houses.
And just above the Saturday Times, mass Southern Kaduna elders drag ex-governor El Rufai to court, claim 2.3 billion naira in damages. And on Constitution review, Senate ad hoc committee promises draft bill in December.
Well, on an interesting one, we have Iniedo sparks online balls with engagement tales.
I don't know why I don't feel excited. I should be, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I don't know. It's for your fellow women. Women supporting women.
Women supporting women. Of course, congratulations to her. And then presidency under pressure to sack Matawale over allegations of terrorism financing.
Interesting.
Oh my goodness.
Forgive me. I think I'm on the entertainment for today. Helen Paul, how I juggle my role as wife, mom, and entertainer.
And finally, on the Saturday Times, court remands man 33 for alleged defiling 9-year-old girl. We get these stories every other day.
I know. It's just heartbreaking.
What exactly is the penalty for pedophiles? But we'll leave that for our review.
But again, I'm still on entertainment. Instead of watch this, you'll like this. Instead of leaving your cheating husband, give him condoms. Say
Tony Tomato.
Like, okay, that's.
I know you're interested in this one.
That's
but
an
I'm
advice.
shutting you down.
That's an advice.
All right.
That's that on the newspaper headline. We'll be moving over to the newspaper review right away. We'll see you after this.
And if you're just joining us, there's a still new day on Signature Television. Don't forget to go over to our social media platforms, like, comment, and share. So I welcome you to our newspaper review. And in the studio to help us with the discussions is Kene. Kene, good morning and thank you for joining us this morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you?
I'm very fine today.
So let me get something straight.
Yes.
Why are you? Is this the twinning thing? What's happening?
Well, you know, I kind of messaged him this morning. I was like, put on. Is this what color is this?
Why are you asking me? So why didn't you ask me to do the same?
No, no.
I feel like the odd woman out.
No, but it's good so that you add color to our lives.
You know, Josh is always fantastic, always looking excellent.
What am I sensing? Men supporting men, correct?
We're doing that. We're doing that as well.
But let's not go into that.
But okay, now speaking of men supporting men,
how about I knew this was where the discussion is going.
Yes. So, how Bobrisky spent jail time in Kirikiri's special cell?
With emphasis on the special.
Yeah, I know, right? So, please, we want to get your take on Shiki wants to get your take on this in particular.
You see, the whole Bobrisky story it's somehow a bit crazy for us as a country.
A bit crazy?
Yeah, I just
over the top crazy
because we have more problems than just Bobrisky.
No. If you ask me, it's not just because Bobrisky seems to be the subject matter here now, but underlining Bobrisky as the main character, we have issues with allegations based on putting someone in outside of prison, dropping charges, giving people preference. I mean, that is the main issue for me. It just happens that it's Bobrisky that everything now blew up in our faces.
It clearly shows the gaps even with the prison systems in the country. I know already the Minister of Interior is already taking actions to penalize, but really this is just because one is out. How many more are you going to take such actions? If you go to Nigerian prisons within the country, it's a clear mess. It's not properly managed. Sometimes there are issues of account. There are issues of where a prison that's designed for 1,000 plus, you have over 3,000 in there, and so really, hearing the story here, I'm sure something must have happened.
Are you trying to justify?
No, money must have exchanged hands here, and certain values must have happened.
What I want to understand is, you said there could be overcrowding, and of course they don't eat properly. Coming from, I don't know if you saw the report of a certain Fisayo that went into the prisons, undercover and exposed a lot of things. So I understand the prisons, they are not really, where you look forward to, being. So would that justify Bobrisky paying to stay in an apartment?
Let's say, was it for his safety?
Joshua.
No. We have to be very honest about it.
Okay, so what do you think, Kene? Please, what do you think, Kene?
At this point, I will feel, for his safety.
Could you expound on that?
You wanted to say for her safety.
For his safety here, but also, I think also it clearly shows, it puts a question mark in terms of the operations we run in Nigeria, in the prisons here. But also, it shows that really, so the prisons has, special 3-bedroom, and all of that. So I just feel.
But then again, let's look at the agency now, which is involved, the EFCC. I mean, EFCC should have been a place where you run to for good justice, and in low key, people might even actually see them.
Do not forget that EFCC is the police force.
But then again, people were supposed to see them as people, as an agency, yes, an elite system that should be able to protect the interests of the citizens. I mean, you should be able to go after governors, which they have said they are going after Yahaya Bello and now the ex-governor of Brunei, which now ex-governor Ishaku.
Taraba.
Yes, for 27 billion naira. Yahaya Bello, they recently went to 110.4 billion naira. So imagine EFCC now having all these loopholes. What does this say about the EFCC?
See, it's not about what it says about the EFCC. It's about what it's been saying about the EFCC. This is not the first time we're having all of these rat race. You're pursuing one governor, one minister, one person. What ends up being the end game here? How many? Okay, let's even look at what the ones you've caught, the monies you've recovered. What's the account of it? it doesn't make, it doesn't, it's as if we're in a system where people could manipulate even to EFCC, which could stand out as a strong force within the government. So it doesn't make sense here. You see the same thing even when Cubana chief priest was taken. He came back and all of the rants, money in water. You know, you see all of that. Was it from when Obi Cubana was taken? You know, all of those things. So it's sometimes you look at what are you really doing? It looks as if when EFCC just needs money, you just go pick somebody, collect some few money, then after 1 week or 2 weeks they are dropped. Because really, look at the Yaya Bello. As of early this morning, they after another former governor also over 270 billion. Yeah, it's going to still go down. Because really, looking at the Yaya Bello story for a bit, how do you get to the point where Yaya Bello is saying, I came to EFCC office, EFCC is saying, I didn't see you. What's happening in this country? Someone needs to explain it to us.
The back and forth. I don't even want to.
And now, did you know he has sued them? He has sued the EFCC.
Yes, he did.
Like, he's the audacity.
So this is another funny thing. Yes. Like, I'm not a lawyer, not a law enforcement agent, but I think it's funny. When the news of Bobrisky broke, when the leaked, video, audio call rather. So EFCC came out to make a statement, which is proper, and then he said they were going to investigate EFCC. So in my mind, I was like, okay, EFCC investigates EFCC.
I
mean, what do you think? Is it?
This is a case of a lot of things who should be handled within the internal affairs of organization, getting itself out into the public space. Really, you don't wash your dirty linens all on national
public.
You don't do that for an organization. Really, there's a serious, one time I listened to the EFCC chairman making all serious, it sounded very like he's ready to do this. But then when we start hearing stories like this, it means like, what's happening in there? What's really happening in there? Is it that you've been bought over? Because that's been the case over in this country. Someone could step into a system ready to make serious restructuring, and after a few weeks, he's beginning to sound like the other
dogs.
Is
it a case of being bought over, or he's not capable, he's not effective and efficient enough?
You see, I want to believe a lot of people in this country are capable, but you see, the system needs to allow your capacity to show forth.
Yeah.
When you see, you can't try to turn a system that is bad from the roots. There's how bad a building can be. You can't fix it from the roof. You have to fix it down from the foundation. There are things you can fix from the roof. The situation here is a foundation.
And how easy is it to touch the foundation?
You can't. He's not. Permit me to use the word. He's not strong enough to touch the foundation. The foundation will eat him raw.
I usually have issues when I see on newspaper headlines, reforms, and then I wonder, who are the people that are going to carry out these reforms? I don't know, people who have always still been in the system, who have seen what's wrong, and they come out now and tell us, oh, we're going to have a reform, we're going to remove this and remove this. Who is there really hope for Nigerians?
I want to see two answers here, yes and a no. Yes, there is a hope for Nigeria, because really, Nigeria is at the point of threshold. There's a generation who's really getting it up here. We can't take this endgame. So the thing that's going to happen here is this generation going to continue with the fight and get this over and bet a new Nigeria? Or are we going to probably be bought over? Because you see it happening with the NSAS. And each time it happens, you see that they're playing through the same. They're looking for who is the leader. Because once we have a sit down with the leader, everything can change. And there's a popular saying here, everybody has a price. If your price is not $1 billion, it can be $1 billion. And
there's a difference between $1 billion and $1 billion.
Hold on. All right, so there's another interesting party that was baited into this whole Bobrisky saga, and that's the Falanos. The accusation was that, okay, the Falls met somehow with Bobrisky and said, okay, I have my dad can help you come out. It was a whole lot of mess. Although Falls has come out to make a statement that actually makes sense and says, okay, we had a conversation. It's not even about the 15 million. This guy reached out to us and said he needed 3 million naira to offset, these other people so that they can put me in an apartment, right? So Falls has come out to ask Very Dark Man to retract,
does that even still make sense?
Statement.
giving 3 million.
But at least he gave context to the conversation. What are your thoughts on this?
The truth, everything is not being said here. There are still some facts that are not being laid out.
Yeah.
Somebody clearly is not saying the truth.
Or not saying all the truth.
Or not saying all the truth. For me, that's the truth. Because already, there's been accusation on him that he's not being paying back the loan he collected. Really? For all the money the guy claims to have and shows off online. What's 3 million naira? Why are you looking for 3 million naira when you're being picked up?
You said something about the youths and we having it to have gotten to a point. Now, and on the Weekend Trust, we have Fearless in October. Presidency moves to stop protest. Now see what the writer has to say. No going back is saying the organizers coming out to say that we're not going to go back. Police are saying, oh, no one has informed us or notified us rather. And Professor Fagi is saying federal government should respond to the yearnings of Nigerians.
Is this not the same thing that happened a few months ago?
Yes, exactly the same script.
You see, the pain here, I keep telling people, is the same pattern repeats itself here. And at some point, you make it look as if over how many million Nigerians are stupid. Because really, we have been asking for something. We've been calling for reforms. We've been talking about the issues in the country. Look at what's happening economically. Look at the prices of things skyrocketing. And you're worried about who is leading it, not really about what is it saying here. Why don't you come out and address these things and see and give us really a path that this is what the government is doing, that within the next 12 months, within the next 32 months, we're going to have this, and that. Nobody is talking about these things. It's as if the government has come to the point where, see, there's nothing we can do, but you cannot talk to us.
Is this democracy?
And it doesn't make sense.
But then again, you saw you saw what happened in the last protest. Do you think that there will be any difference with this one? You know, Southeast did not join in the last one. Do you think that is still going to be the same thing that's going to be playing out in this protest? I mean, this one does not even have much buzz like.
True, but you see, the thing about these things is, the more the talk is going on, and with the state of things in the country, the more people are getting uncomfortable, the more people are going to react. So it might not be this one, it might be the next one, it might be the one after. But really, this is not going to stop anytime soon. If it's not an end SARS, it's going to be another thing. It's going to be end bad government. It's going to be end hunger. It's going to be something. Mind you, we started with police brutality. Now we are this, and really, it's going to, because really, check it from every department. How much is petrol now? How much is a bag of rice now? So it's going to keep moving from one to another, to another, to another. And the thing here is this. The more we keep pushing, and the more the youths keep pushing on this, keep getting the word out there, the more we're gaining international attention on this.
It gets like a snowball effect. Sure. You know, it just starts and keeps expanding.
And I keep saying, the key here is how committed are we to take this to the end? If we're looking at, if we're able to get a few money in our pocket, the ones would come and say we're the ones leading this. You're going to get a few million, take care of yourself in a few years.
Speaking of, you know, the new core members are going to be receiving 77K. Do you think this is a buy-over as well? I'm just saying. I just want to know if it's a buy-over.
What's 77? What's 77,000 or so? What's that now?
But then again, seeing from sorry, but seeing that they are coming from 33,000, I mean,
it's a huge leap.
Yes.
So they are buying the core members over.
Do you know core members have some instructions not to even join this?
Core members, no,
not naturally in the
Josh, if you're looking at this, really, you know, there's really no increment here. When you're giving core members 30,000, what's the prices of things in the market?
I agree.
And now you're giving them something. There's really no increment.
In fact, there was you could even have money in your pocket after expenditure with the 30,000 with the state of the economy compared to now.
But you can't try it now.
You can't. Yeah. So it's really. So let's talk about, as you mentioned earlier, about government looking out or reaching out to the leaders of protests. A while ago, Shuri came into the country and he was apprehended. Why? Allow me to finish. And the man was apprehended, in fears of Fearless October, and there's no going back, mantra. Do you think Showore has anything to do with Fearless October?
To be frank, I don't think so.
Why would you not think so? Why is he in the country at this time?
Showore likes to jump on trends. He likes to jump
at the expense of his
maximize
at the expense of his freedom.
Oh yeah. So that's what I've noticed. Really, who is free in this country? The guy believes in something. He's pursuing it, but I just don't like the system and the structure here. You don't just wait when people make news. There are people who like that. There are politicians who like that, and I feel I just feel it's a political thing.
Well, hold our thoughts, because after end hunger and hardship, protest. Certain people reached out to him, say, okay, what are your thoughts on this? And he was saying that is there fundamental human rights? People should go out and protest if they are not happy with what's happening. And they were like, okay, so it's easy for you to say because you're over there and we are here and you're telling us to, so shouldn't you think this is him trying to, live up to his, walk his talk by coming back to Nigeria? You understand? To be in the midst of these people.
We're all going to see how this plays out. But if I'm to give a strong point here, we need to push this off anybody. He needs to really not just go, because really he's going to want to come and champion this more. And the moment he comes in, all the cases are around him is going to just drop the fire. So if he wants to be part of it, he should, bring in the resources, put in the voice, but not be the face of it. Let this be championed by the people. Really, that's my take and strong key on it. I don't know why he's in the country, and if he has intentions on, really, so already I would know he's not going to ever be quiet. Even if he likes, let him be in Sambisa for it, he's going to still be crying from there. But what I'm suggesting and what I'm asking here is, let it not be hijacked. Let it not become political. This is a cry for the citizens and for all the Nigerian persons, So let it not just come in and he has a way of making quick enemies here. And so we don't want that. I don't score for that.
Okay. So okay, after you, Joshua, please.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to do ladies first here, but then now you're a man, and that's why I want to bring this to you.
Oh
and then
my
God.
Oh
I want to punch the air of so much seriousness. The balloon of so much seriousness here. So, men use don't pause despite our perfect body, says BBL ladies. Reviews regrets. Gee, why are you laughing?
So,
please respond, Kenny.
Yes.
What were you expecting?
Okay, so does it go to mean that men actually prefer natural, beauty?
Doesn't.
Okay, so they prefer BBL. What really, in your assessment? I know you've not done any research to this.
About to ask me what
but
men
I'm
want.
just yes. What do men want? Do they want those lashes that almost want to jump out of the woman's eyes and poke your eyes, and then the fingernails, and then the big behinds, and what do men want?
Okay. let me make a strong point here.
Please.
I think women need to make a strong divide between what attracts men and what really
that is why we are asking, what do men want?
You see, what attracts people many a times can't keep them.
Wait. Ladies, please.
This is a needs assessment.
You
we are
need
trying
to listen
do
to
here.
this very
needs
well.
assessment,
Please
so
continue.
that you can every intervention you're bringing,
Take
you can channel it along that.
things.
Josh, have you ever gone to a restaurant to buy food?
Yes.
And you saw this very beautiful reddish jollof rice.
Oh, yes.
And you were attracted, and then you told them to just give you a plate, and then
you taste
by the time you taste it, you discovered it was crap.
What are you saying all this to say?
What attracts us doesn't keep us.
This is deep. But then you have to be attracted first to come close to whatever it is that will keep you.
We come close and we dump you.
So what if you're not attracted to what will potentially keep you?
Come again.
What if you're not able? The lady comes out with not just eyelashes, looking haggard, hair not kept, everywhere you're put off. What if she has potentially that which will keep you? How would you get close to her if you're not attracted to her first?
Okay, see the thing here. So let's paint the scenario here. You see this fine, you know,
Oh, I'm tired of rice.
No, I'm not talking about rice now.
If you have problem, they share rice.
You see all this beautiful looking, and ooh, you know, once you see, you're happy, you're
Flashy,
excited.
yeah.
You know, wow, nice. And then you come close, you get a taste of it.
What do you mean by taste? What
I'm
what
going
exactly?
to leave this conversation for Chige.
You get
You started it. I told you don't go there. All right.
Okay, so you come close, and you know you get to come close,
have a conversation.
Have a conversation.
Yes. Okay.
Get to know the person.
Now we're getting
it beyond,
somewhere.
you know, and then you discover that really this is all paint. And
so you're saying she's empty intellectually and otherwise.
Yeah.
It's just about what.
But this is my question, Joshua. Maybe you should help.
Okay.
It's important the guy is attracted to the lady. That is my
True.
point. Because
Yes.
if you're not attracted, how would you know she has something you want?
Yes, true.
So what you're trying to say, if I'm not wrong, is ladies, in as much as you're trying to take care of your outside, please put something on your inside.
Beautiful.
Because your outside is not enough to hold the guy down.
True.
What about sex?
What about it?
I'm asking the guys.
No, yeah.
Let's move on. Let's move on. So let me take you still back to October 1. Cabinet reshuffle rather. On Saturday Tribune says October 1 fears grip ministers. However, I'm not sure of the source now, but there were 9 ministers that were brought out as performing ministers, right? I'm sure Wike was there.
Wike wasn't there.
He was number 1 actually. Edu was there, education, interior was there, and I'm wondering, you know, what are your thoughts? Why these 9? Why this select 9, right? This guy, Umahi was there, right? Why were these people selected? On what basis were they selected as performing? And you think because some people said, okay, these guys are performing well, they will not, you know, the hammer will not come down on them come October 1.
You see, when certain selections are made in this country, it's made based off various criteria. One, you look at what was the target for each of these ministries, you know, and then you look at performance now. But then also you look at in terms of within the political grounds. So for someone like Wike, yeah, Wike is a strong tiger in there, but if you look at in terms of what Wike has done in the past few months in Abuja, yeah, he's done well.
Yes.
You look at what Umahi has done, you know, within.
What really did Umahi do?
Umahi has done something.
What? No,
okay.
Yes, mine has done.
Moving ahead.
Mine has done.
You know, but then Nigeria is still Nigeria. A lot of these things are not made of basically of performance ministerial targets. It's made of political interest here. And you know, people get these accolades when they've done. It's just like, well done, thou good
boy
and faithful servant.
Good boy.
You know, so obviously, you know, looking forward in the coming year, you're going to get a good plus.
And there wasn't one woman, you know, to make the list of performing ministers. Why is that?
I should be asking.
Am I a minister?
No, but I'm sure we're going to get a few things there. In terms, something like the Minister of Arts and Culture, she's done well. They moves now to renovate over 9 museums in the country.
Good.
Yeah, so you know, but you see, from now going up to 1st of October, we're going to get some very amazing surprises. Like I think earlier hours of this morning, there's just been new appointments within NTA and some other sectors. So yeah, I'm sure we're up for a lot of surprises, and you know, we'll have Jagaban as a president.
Well, so finally, before we let you go, Constitution review, draft bill ready December 2025, Senate panel reviews. I mean, just give us your take on this in like 2 minutes before we let you go.
Cat, cut your
In
tongue.
terms of in terms of constitutional review, it has been in talk for how many years now? You know, and really, there's no surprise. We're not expecting anything out of the box. Some of those discussions are just put in there, so it make you feel like, oh yeah, the discussions are going on. But at the end of the day, we hope we're going to get a positive.
What of the Constitutional Conference? What of the outcome of the Constitutional Conference that happened 2020?
I think you had
No.
2015.
2015?
Yes, 2015.
What was the outcome of that conference?
Oh, there was...
And we're talking about another... I don't understand. I mean, make it make sense, a little.
Really, there's not much here. There's not much here in terms of review. So just looking through it and then just thinking about it gives us a lot of worry as a country, even in terms of what's the Senate really up on their sleeves. I feel we are more on the maintenance, environment here. Everybody just wants to keep something going.
Is it maintenance or even management? Let's just manage.
When you say management, it makes as if there is going to be improvement. I just want just maintain what it is. Let it not be too bad. Let it just be fluctuating from 1.4 to 1.5 back to 1.4, and that's it. And I feel when we're ready, when Senate is really ready to have conversations like this and really get into work here, we're going to see changes.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Kenneth. It was an interesting conversation with you. Thank you so much once again. All right. So don't go anywhere. Signature Retrospect will be coming right after this break. Boy, it can't be like saying we will not stop this call. Just in case you missed out on some of our conversations in the course of the week, you are in luck. We bring you Saturday retrospect and we bring you highlights of some of the conversations we had. And on Monday, we had Mike Obani coming to the studio to discuss elections in Nigeria. Stay tuned and take a listen to what he had to say.
Right. Which of them shocked you the most? The vote buying that happened in Edo State, or the fact that elections were announced in Imo State without numbers? They said this party has won all the local government elections, but there were no numbers.
Well, you mean numbers attached to?
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
to each of the local government.
Of course, you expect magic to happen in our elections, especially in Imo State. That is a state where the candidate who came forth in an election, finally was declared the winner of that election. So when you have that kind of situation, nobody has proved me wrong with what we have on the ground. So there's no way you can announce on the ground. So there's no way you can announce winners of an election. The Constitution, the Electoral Act, does not provide for. In fact, the guidelines, of INEC and Imo State Independent Electoral Commission, none provided for a situation where you will announce winners without attaching figures to. So it's an aberration. For me, it's an aberration, and I think something must be done to correct whatever mistakes have been made. But we are in Nigeria where they will ask you to go to court, and it will take a whole lot of struggle to be able to convince the judiciary that the electoral body was wrong in announcing winner without attaching figures to those who won the election. So it didn't come to me as a surprise. Like I said, here is a state where the governor who the present governor who came fourth in an election, finally was declared winner of the election. So as we move on, we may even find a situation where they will announce that there will be election. I know, after announcing that there will be election, putting a date of the election, you won't see any electoral materials, you won't see INEC officers, you won't see any official of the electoral body. At the end of the day, and a result will be announced. Apathy. There's so much apathy when it comes to electing people who will govern us. If I wasn't in Imo State, during the local government election, but I have a feeling that very few people came out for the election. Those who were supposed to have come out were probably in the market, were probably in their farms, well, were probably doing business, one thing or the other.
What do you think would have been the reason for the apathy?
No, people have lost interest in what is happening because they think and they feel that their votes do not count. And no matter no matter the number of votes cast for their particular candidate, that it will not count at the end of the day. And therefore, people have become disenchanted, disillusioned about our electoral system. And except the politicians, of course, except the politicians and the civil society organizations do something urgently to get people interested again in coming out for elections. It's whatever whatever they tell you, whatever the electoral umpire tells you is what you are going to, take at the end of the day.
Bani on elections in Nigeria. Joshua, he made a couple of very, strong points.
Yeah.
He talked about voter apathy. He talked about, blatant electoral malpractice. He talked
we even
about.
saw it that Saturday. We were here live for the election that happened in ENUGU local government elections, and even the one, the Edo itself. And we saw how people were there, but then there were not electoral materials for them to vote. So, of course, the points he made were valid. We saw those things happening, and it's just heartbreaking.
Yeah, because I just want to focus, the spotlight on Imo State.
Yes.
It's the blatant malpractice for me. And Ubani was saying, were there no guidelines, that will guide, electoral officers in announcing results? Because I do not see the rationale behind announcing winners without numbers. And his fear is that it could get worse if something is not done.
It could get worse, or it's what's already.
Because he painted a picture. We've not gotten to that.
Really?
Where he said that a time will come when you call for elections and there will be no INEC official, there will be no ballot paper, there will be just nothing. Yet, results will still be announced. But we are hopeful it will get to that. He also mentioned voter apathy. Right?
Yes.
What are your thoughts? What do you...
Honestly, again, people are scared of coming out to vote. First of all, we have this low mindset.
Come out of that apathy.
It's the response. I've always said it that it's the responsibility.
Come out of that apathy.
It's the response. I've always said it that it's the responsibility of the government to keep proving themselves time and over again to our citizens. It is my responsibility to show you transparency, to be honest with you, to make you feel safe. Yeah. So if the government wants to change that mindset of the people, that is even the first question. Do the government want to change the mindset of the people to coming out to vote, or they benefit from? So if they really want to change it, then they have to be very transparent in electoral processes.
Yeah.
We get the votes, we count it, where we do it live, that people can see and account for that. Okay, we were being honest. So once we can get to the point where the government even wants to change the mindset of the people towards coming out to vote, then we can start going somewhere.
There's even another angle to this. If you ask me, I've been thinking, because of the federal government autonomy. How autonomous are the local governments, I beg your pardon, local government autonomy. And from what happened with the local government elections, I kept asking myself, how autonomous? You know, because you will see a state, whatever party that is predominant, it's a landslide.
Yes.
You know? What do you think?
Well, again, you know, it's a system. Chris will always say that they don't even try.
My goodness, Chris is now your mentor without you even
No,
knowing.
not my mentor. Like, I'm just trying to pick out what
he
usually says. Yes, he says that they don't even try to, like, let's kill some of us so that it looks fair.
Yes.
Imagine in the 17 local governments,
it is blatant.
Everybody, like the party ruling just wins
ruling party just wins.
Imagine that in the 17 local governments, like 15 was won by the sitting party, and then
opposition takes the other one.
Yeah, so that it just creates a sense of fairness. Balance, at least, it's not even close to balance, but just fairness that this is a democracy. But then again, we'll have a lot of issues. But then, will you blame the sitting governor? He wants to make sure that he's protected at all costs.
Yes,
yeah,
at the detriment of democracy.
Okay.
What do we have on
Tuesday?
Tuesday?
Moving over to Wednesday, the first interview we had was PDP debacle and removal of Umar Magnum. We're going to be doing this, and please do take a listen.
It seems there's a crisis in your party. And that also, people say that because of that crisis, it led to the loss of the elections that happened over the weekend. How are you reacting to that?
My reaction to that is simple. The truth is, whether there's crisis, yes, there's crisis everywhere. Even in APC, you have crisis. Even in Labour Party, you can see they're also enjoying their own. NMPP is not left out. And what you see is playing out is interest of various people there. Someone asked me this morning, before I even came here, what do I think is the problem in PDP? I say the problem in PDP is that PDP went for government of national unity without the consent of majority of their chieftains. That's the board of trustee members, the entire national working executive, and the working committees, and their key stakeholders. We're aware of those that lost their governorship elections, those that ran for House of Reps and lost. These are the stakeholders in the party at that national level. So, and the issue is PDP. Did APC form national government? The answer is yes. Was Damagom aware of it? Yes. Did he disclose it to his party? No. So that's the crisis, you know. And what you're seeing in PDP is a sustained Wike resistance, because he continued to believe that probably he won the PDP presidential primary that was truncated by his colleague from Soto State. Well, politics is a business of interest. And then, like Kenny Rogers would say, you don't count your money until the game is up. You don't check your profits until the game is up. And
but there are concerns that Damagom is from the position, because the person who left before Damagom came was from the North Central.
That's Yocha.
Yes, Yocha Ayu. So that he's not from the North Central, that they needed to balance that position by asking him to come down to the for him to resign, so that we will have that space for North Central to take shape. And even the 2027 elections also around the corner. And many persons have been saying that opposition parties are not united, and we might not see that coalition that happened in 2014, where APC used that opportunity to, beat the PDP. With what you have seen in Edo State and PDP, which is one of the biggest opposition in the country, losing to the APC, do you see a clear sign that APC may be coasting even to victory in 2027?
Already they are coasting home. Already APC is coasting home, unless there's something
extraordinary that the rest of the politicians could do. If they don't do that, PDP, APC, all these parties, I'm afraid we may just see a situation where all the political parties may endorse the APC presidential candidate as their sole candidate. We saw this when...
Isn't that dangerous? What's the implication of that if that happens?
The implication of that is that some people already are in China, they're understudying Chinese democracy, and then they want to come back here. Immediately they come back, they're through with that, you begin to see the applications. I think there is need for PDP, National Assembly members, Labour Party, their governors, and all whatnot, that they should meet first. It's not an issue of, I discussed with one of my friends, you know, those years when we served Obasanjo, one of my friends, Dr. Knight, I asked him a simple question. He said, that year will be na wahala. I said, well, that's the nature of Igbo man.
Why is that?
We don't agree early. We like it late. So now that everybody has gone to Edo, he called me and said, but I'm seeing what you just, I'm seeing your prediction. I said, that one is small. 3 states, they will take it. And if they take it, where are they heading to? They're heading towards a, what I call drastic constitutional amendment. That is where the APC is heading to, for a drastic constitutional amendment. They will amend Section 7 of the Constitution, Section 7 and 8, Section 162, 5 and 6.
What for exactly?
What for is to review the local government system, possibly reposition it, and possibly give it a new tenure system, and then take it away completely from the state government, from state assemblies purview, supervision, because they are the people that make laws for the governance of the local government system. So that's exactly what they're doing. So if they have 24 governors now, that's the plan, if they're in control of the 24 states, then it will be easier. They don't need PDP or Labour or whatever government to House of Assembly to endorse what they want to do. So and once they do that, you will see also that they will bring the local government system to the, what do you call it, INEC elections strata level. Key it in so that all of them will enjoy. So that is not just the issue. The next issue is that most political parties, it's a chess. It's a serious chess game. And I've told people that our president has in mind, he has his own mind. I keep telling you that these sufferings might not end too soon. That it's going to stretch and that they want to develop Nigeria, they want to make Nigeria one fantasy island and things like that. And then that's his view. But granted, and thanks to God that Mrs. Akerele, Bucknell, have told Nigerians that this man doesn't listen to any human being. So once he's set out, he's set out. And then he's set out already.
Well, you've heard and you've seen the crisis happening in PDP currently. It's one to discuss, and we did that on Wednesday. I mean, Wike, people, some of the governors in PDP, trying to vote in Wike as a new national chairman of the PDP, and then some are saying, "Oh no, let Umar continue doing what he's doing." And I think, according to what I read on Punch, some of the governors saying that they still want Umar like governor of Oyo State, that's Makinde. But then again, it begs to question. Makinde was one of the what were they called? People who were supporting Tinubu to come into power. Okay. G5.
G5.
Yes, G5. And Wike was part of that G5 as well.
No, Wike was the curator
of the G5.
Of
so
the G5.
Exactly. So now PDP is now saying, okay, let's let this person come. Let's what's his name now? Let Wike become the chair, and Makinde is saying, no, what could be the, what could be the issue now?
Honestly, the thing with PDP is that I don't think any one person totally understands what's going on in PDP. It's a multi-layered, crisis centered on personal interest, just like our, I think, would I call Wike a soothsayer, or would I call him a man who'll sort tomorrow? When he was starting, he started with a G5, he was applauded, then he did all his political acrobatics and helped win a certain election, and he was applauded, and he has become somewhat above the law. So when people fight him these days, all I do is to sit back and watch how it plays out, because the man has become some sort of a god in Nigerian politics. All right. So we'll take a short break, and when we come back, New Day continues with our discussion that is aimed to inform, educate, and entertain you. Please stay with us.
I'm just wondering what you think about the local government elections. I mean, you are an Igwe, so you should have an idea of what played out in the last local government elections on Saturday that finally throw up the winners, 17 local government areas, PDP, and all 260 wards councillorship. I don't know. What's your reaction to that development?
Of which state?
Of Enugu state.
All right. Eventually, Charles, you're asking me questions based on your understanding of my past. If it were then, I would have, of course, covered half of Enugu State as a media person.
Absolutely.
To be able to give informed analysis of what happened. But, of course, coming from the angle of where I voted, it was peaceful. Everybody voted his conscience. I didn't see anybody disturbing anybody from my own polling unit. And of course, I voted and had to go back home to begin to address the problems that were already before me. And the result, if we look at the past experience or experiences, we would still say that it wasn't credible. But judging it from that small corner where I was, I will not say it's credible. And if we look at what the governor is already doing in the name of that particular party, of course, he must have even campaigned for the councillors and the chairman of the local government. And of course, what also played out, I don't know, I wouldn't know, I don't even know their reasons. If you have scheduled a football match, I want to come with that analogy, and midway or even before the match started, actually, and the other party didn't show up, of course, it's going to be a walkover. Because I began to understand that at a time, some of the political parties who were jostling up for the election began to boycott the election. And it was too late. At that point in time, they were boycotting. Election couldn't just have stopped. That's the way I look at it. But I'm not saying this is an informed analysis, because unlike before, I didn't move beyond that my polling unit. If it were to be the time I was on a kind of freelance, covering for so many radio stations and some televisions, I would have covered a number of places. And if I had covered about 50%, I would have had enough sample or representative enough sample to be able to say exactly that either the election was rigged in favor of a particular political party or not.
But looking at that small angle where I voted, everyone was peaceful. If we talk about politicking, which is entirely different thing from governance, I would say they should not be partisan. But if we are talking about governance, delivering the services, they should be 101% involved. Why? Everything in life is local. Politics is local. Administration is local. Infrastructural facilities, local. And it is only when the locals are made to begin to see government projects as their projects that there will begin to be the voluntary security for whatever government is doing in any community. And from my experience, Igwes or the traditional institutions are people who are credibly brought up, with a few exceptions anyway, but my own was out of credible election that was live on television. Everybody saw it. So the local people believe in their traditional ruler. Of course, that should be the fourth tier of governance within the government of Nigeria. And they should be funded to be able, in fact, when you talk of insecurity, let us use insecurity as an example that we are battling with. Every traditional ruler should be down to earth with his people. They should be involved to provide that security. Involving them is not just about talking to them, you know everybody in your community. You fund them, because what is security? Security is surveillance. Ability to detect what is possible to happen before it happens. It's not just about carrying guns. It's not even about making policies. It's about getting the pieces of information that are possible to reveal what could happen before it happens.
That was Mr. Igwe Nwobodo talking about the aftermath of the elections. And moving over to Thursday, we spoke about youth empowerment, and we had Igwe Obiese, I beg your pardon, Solomon Obiese, coming to tell us stuff about youth empowerment in Nigeria. Do take a listen.
In a nutshell, what is youth empowerment all about, and how possible, what are the possibilities, or what are the things that are supposed to be put in place to be able to, make sure that youth get empowered?
Okay, once again, good morning. Okay, youth empowerment is, I would want to say, is any activity that, give people the privilege or the opportunity to want to take charge of their life. This activity could be in form of, training them on their skills, but generally it's about equipping them and giving them the opportunity to, exercise some form of control over their life. So, in the past, we have seen so many youth programs, youth empowerment programs, one of which I think happened recently in one of the northern states, where one of the governors, introduced a youth empowerment program. Okay. Funny enough, I think I remember that Balo or something was shared to the people of that state. But that was all in a bid to, empower the people. I want to even commend that idea of even thinking about empowering the people. But you see, beyond that, youth empowerment actually talks about, first of all, empowering the minds of the youth, right? So you want to think about, activities that empower the mind of the people. Then you take it further to even empowering them financially. So what we do at Youth Awakening and Development Initiative is that we gather people, especially the youth. We train them on specific skills, on specific skills. I have to say that because we don't look at all the skills. We select skills that are, in line and in sync with the present reality.
The trends, yeah.
Yes, 21st century skills. So we look at those skills and we train. But beyond training them, we also go further to empower them. And I think that's where we do a significant project, because basically, if you look at what we've done in the past, empowerment is just giving people material and just allow them. There isn't any form of follow-up, no mentorship. So, but Youth Awakening and Development Initiative, we have also looked at that, and we have designed a creative way of not just empowering them, but also mentoring them, ensuring that these resources that are given to them after their trainings, that they are utilized properly. So
well, let me ask you this, because again, it becomes really funny, the example that you gave earlier. How much of mind awakening can you do for a youth who you would empower at the end of the day with a wheelbarrow?
With a shovel or cutlass. Well,
I don't get it.
To help your cars.
So you empower my mind. At the end of the day, you give me wheelbarrow.
To aid labor.
You see why that is funny, but I also think that the idea is that the government is also thinking. I want to even begin by that there is need for people to even be empowered, right? But it's just that the method of that empowerment is what we can also begin to question, right? So yes, it is important to empower the mind first. It is very, very important to empower the mind. So, but after empowering the mind, that is where I say the government also fails. You know, you should follow it up with proper trainings, proper mentorship. And that is why I said that is where Youth Empowerment and Initiative comes in with their creativity. Because beyond just, it's not about the material you give them at the end of the day. Probably that could be a way to even start them up. Though it's wrong, I'm not saying, I'm not trying to hold brief for them, but I think that beyond the resources you give to them, how are these resources managed? You know, how are these resources properly implemented to ensure that this empowerment you have done is being utilized? You can give somebody money, and after that training, the person goes home and use the money to pay for his house rent, or use the money to even feed, because of course there are many challenges people are facing. But that is where I said that's where our creativity comes in, so that after the training, we now have a follow-up, a mentorship kind of program, where we begin to actually ensure that this money that you are giving, is being used for the purpose for which it's given.
Well, you've heard, you can go back to all of our social media platforms. It's there on YouTube and Facebook. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. And finally, on Friday, we discuss Senate to rejig Constitution for local government autonomy. And we had Barrister C.D. Ogbe to discuss this. To take a listen.
It is not yet to Uhuru as far as local government autonomy is concerned. But let me quickly point out something based on the question you asked from the word go. The judgment of the Supreme Court will not do everything for us, but believe you me that if the federal government of Nigeria should give life to that particular judgment on financial autonomy, to a great extent, subsequent local government elections may to a great extent be reasonably free and fair. Let me explain. As we all know, local government chairmen, they don't enjoy constitutional immunity. Likewise, the councillors. So if at the end of the day, if the federal government starts implementing the provisions of this decision, and the federal government lives up to expectation in going after any local government chairman who fails to account for any money given to him, automatically, and of course, why make use of law enforcement agents, automatically you now discover that many persons who actually delve into politics at the local government tier of government may no longer have interest in doing so, knowing full well that if they fail to utilize the funds given to them for the benefit of their people, that they'll be in for a very big trouble. And at the end of because there's this belief that many of them do remit funds given to them to the state governments or state governors, as the case may be. If they now discover that the federal governments can come after them, to a great extent, you may discover that it's only individuals who actually mean well for the society that may be interested in vying for political offices at the local government tier of government. And again, I think the Supreme Court has fired the first shot. The second shot may be on the way. You know, people are clamoring for INEC to take over the conduct of local government council election. But I make bold to say that if you take a look at section 150 of the Nigerian Constitution of the Electoral Act 2022, it's a novel provision. This is the first time we are having a provision of that nature in our Electoral Act. And in a nutshell, that provision, if you take a look at section 150, subsections 1, 2, and 3, in a nutshell, this particular section has established the fact that any local government election to be conducted must be conducted the same way area council elections are being conducted. And if you take a look at even section 104 of the same Electoral Act and some other sister provisions, you will discover to a great extent now that INEC even has a role to play in the conduct of local government election. At least as far as issues bordering on the voters register is concerned, and you know, the accreditation of voters is also concerned, because beavers and any other technological device can only be made use of by INEC, going by the provisions of the law. Because if you take a look at the schedule to the Nigerian Constitution, paragraphs 11 and 12, you find out that paragraph 12 empower the state governments to make laws to regulate local government election. Yet, that same, if you take a look at paragraphs 11 and 12, you discover that any law to be made by the state should not be at variance with the law made by the National Assembly. And the law made by the National Assembly is the Electoral Act. And the Electoral Act has stipulated the procedures to be followed. So what I'm trying to say, I believe that in no distant time, the federal government as well may go back to court again. As I speak, Action Alliance is already in court over this issue with regard to the last local government election in ENUGU State, because the voters register wasn't displayed before the conduct of that election. And also, BVAS wasn't reconfigured. So we wrote INEC prior to the conduct of this election that, look, you want to conduct the election, SEC wants to conduct the election, and the voters register is yet to be displayed, and the BVAS is yet to be configured. They couldn't give us any concrete answer. Rather, we are told to approach the national body of INEC, and you know the time frame within which the election held, we never had enough time. But the matter is still sub judice. In a nutshell, maybe in no distant time, we have a bigger elephant being a stronger force, being the federal. There are persons who believe that judiciary is not independent, but like what happened in the country some months with regard to the judgment on financial autonomy, it was a balanced game between two brokers, the federal government and the federating units. So maybe the AG Federation one day wake up and say, okay, let us go to court for the court to interpret the provisions of section 150, in which case you now discover that at the end of the day, we may now have a situation whereby the state electoral commissions will have the powers to conduct local government election, good and fine. But before doing that, on the election day, INEC officials will be there. Before you cast your vote, they will use their technological device, presently in BVAS and smart card, to ascertain those who are qualified to vote before you can now vote. So
what would be the role of the NCEC then? Just
to now give you their own ballot paper for you to exercise your franchise. So these are, and automatically, going by, this issue is even, as I speak, is even before the Court of Appeal, that of electronic transfer of results, in which case, if these steps being taken, you should see the light of the day. You will discover that on election day, INEC and NSEC officials, or INEC officials and State Electoral Commission officials will work together in conducting the election. In which case, you want to exercise your franchise, you present your voter's card. NSEC or any other state electoral umpire does not have any business with the use of a voter's card, because it is the Independent National Electoral Commission that is constitutionally saddled with the responsibility of registering voters. So they have to carry out the exercise of ascertaining whether you are qualified to vote or not. Once they are certain that you are qualified, NSEC will now do their work of doing this thing, conducting the election. At the end of the exercise, INEC officials will now be the ones to use their BVAS machine to transmit the results. So I see this happening in no distant time. And I look forward to having activist-inclined judges who will live up to expectation, in giving life to the provisions of Section 7 of the Nigerian Constitution.
We have for you on from the week, from Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and now of course this is Saturday, so we're still giving you back to back. So don't forget to go to all of our social media platforms. I mean, you can go to YouTube, you can watch this again. Don't forget to share, like, subscribe. And again, today we'll have a discussion for you that is going to be interesting. You do not want to miss it. We'll see you after this, so stay tuned. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
See you soon.
Day on Signature Television, and if you've still been with us, then welcome. You welcome back. We're moving over to a conversation now that has taken people abase. A lot of people are questioning, a lot of people have questions, a lot of people want to understand what's really going on. I mean, I'm talking about tariff hike looms for band A feeders. Well, if you're a band A, I'm sure you'd have been the pinch, as the newspaper headlines will always like to say. I'm sure you've been feeling the pinch of the hike. But then we want to discuss this, and we have in the studio with us Dr. Augustine Okoli. He's a public policy management and development consultant, and he's going to be giving us insight on this discussion. Good morning.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Nice to have you here with us.
Thank you for joining us.
So,
right, okay.
Yes, please, ladies first. I like to ladies first.
Well, they say after the men, but no worries. Okay, Doctor, thank you so much once again for joining us. So we want to understand what exactly is the justification for this hike? Because if my memory serves me correctly, there's been 2 or 3 hikes in electricity tariff within the course of 2024. So what informs this particular hike at this point in time, given the fact that October 1st is around the corner? What justifies this hike in electricity tariff?
Well, thank you so much for having me today once again. Talking about justification, I think we have to go back to what we call the social contract of government and the people. We also have to go back to the primary purpose of government. The primary purpose of any government, any legitimate government, is the welfare of the people, security of the people, and the well-being of the people. And we have to also know, can give that for, take it to the bank, that the people are the employers of government. Government are employees of the people. Because if you lose that legitimacy of the people, that backing, that accreditation that come and govern us, we want to surrender our sovereignty. We want to give you our vote and mandate to govern us. Then, whatever you want to do must be of interest, must be of benefit to the people. So when you ask me a question of the justification, first of all, the contract has been breached. The contract of we are going to put so-and-so price for so-and-so units of electricity. That is energy. Then without knowing it, without consultation, without discussion, they change it. Once again, they change another one. And another one is looming. And then I'm talking about subsidy. You know, subsidy, government paying on behalf of the people. That is, if the cost of a product or service is ABC. So government say, okay, let us undertake the payment of that service or product on behalf of the people. Now, government will say they are subsidizing the cost. You know, there's what we call the cost reflective policy. You know, when you have a product that is sold at 10 naira and government is selling that product or service at 5 naira, government is subsidizing that product or service by 50% or by 5 naira. So I want the people, the audience, those who are watching, those who are listening, to know where the rain started beating us. So this particular government, particularly the federal government, that are drawing the policy, they have also enabled the framework, the legal framework for the delivery of this service of energy. Sometime in 2012, I was State Director NOA then. So our arm is to help, you know, publicize, do public enlightenment, mobilize the people, keep them in the know of what government is doing. So they were talking about MITO, multi-year tariff order. That is the policy government brought about. They begin to segment, this one is band A, band B, band C, because all the consumers are not the same. Some of the consumers of energy in Nigeria, some have not even gotten. Majority of them, up to 80 to 90%, don't use so much energy. They not just need lightning bulb. Some highest, maybe a fan. Or few of them, television, and so on. But the band A and B are the industrial sector, heavy consumers. Let me just use the word, heavy consumers of that service. So government felt that, look, these heavy consumers, they need this power. They are getting it in short supply. They are prepared to pay as long as they get it. So that is why they talk about 20 hours over 24. We can give you these hours. You know the cost of diesel. We know the cost of petrol. We know the cost of kerosene. These are other alternative sources of energy. So we are here to just let people know that government have breached that contract by just, you know, unilaterally increasing price at their own whims and caprices. Government is just, the current government particularly, and I hope they will tell us to go to court if you don't like what they are doing. So you see, the contract, the social contract I talked earlier, between the government and the people is very, very important because that's what gives them legitimacy.
So you're saying there's no justification for this?
You have to draw down that you have to have what you call stakeholders, you know, engagement before you do such increments, whether it is instrumentally or on one fell swoop or whatever way. You have to go back to the stakeholders. This is what is going on. This is what is going on. This is what we want to do. Then you have an agreement. You withdraw your social contract as per the services, the delivery of the services or the product called energy. Even the cost of food, they just woke up the other day and said that PMS is now 800 and something naira. This is when they have also announced to us that Dangote is now refining locally and looking for how to push it to the people. The same government. Remember, these are sources of energy. They use, if you cannot get the light, at least you'll be able to use I pass my neighbor to drive energy, produce energy. And remember, if government fails to provide security, if government fails to provide services such as this energy, if government fails to provide water, even the social sector, education, health, and so on, now that government have no justification to exist. So talking about justification of increment, you have to agree with somebody. If I have an agreement with you, now if you want to pull out of the agreement, I want to do something, you go back to the table and table it, we discuss it, and agree again or disagree. So I don't see any justification for government to unilaterally put the people under this finance. The people are suffering. They can't complain. They can't protest. If you protest, it's now a treasonable phenomenon. Yes. Yeah. So if you're a member of the press and if you come out to push out the information, then they also align you with the members of enemies of government and the enemies of the nation. So where does the national interest now lie? So I do not agree with any justification whatsoever because we are the producers of these products. The primary, remember, we have hydro. Now we are getting enough, some kind of light. Forget about the people in Band A. We, the people that are in Band Z, we are getting some of it. So I cannot remember when, in about 4 or 5 weeks back, I've not put on my generator. So, and the cost of PMS, petrol, I can't imagine putting on my generator now. That even coming to a studio here has become a very tough task because of the fear. So now if you increase the cost, the tariff, like they say it looms, let it loom and continue looming.
And not drop.
And not come down. Let it not touch down.
Going by Nigerian government antecedents, once it looms,
no, very soon they will just, yes, one morning they will tell us that it has touched down. Yes.
Yeah. But then again, let's try and understand why the government would want to do this. What do you think are the factors why they would want to increase it? Is it because of current economic situation in the country?
Yes.
Let me also add, are there existing market forces that are manipulating these
that could be responsible for this?
For example, exchange rates. Are there other forces? Let's say that the government is actually handicapped in this situation.
Well, your question is double barrel. I'll take them one by one.
Please.
Okay.
As a policy analyst, as a policy consultant, I know that formulation of policy, implementation of policy, delivery of policy, and even benchmarking and checking whether your policy is delivered and is performing, then there are 1 or 2 things that you need to do. Now, government, this time around, you have one unified government. This is not a federal government. The government they are running in Nigeria today is not a federal government. Of course, in a federation, you have federating units. You can see people calling for INEC conducting election in the states. It's not done in a federation. Like in America, each state conducts their elections. They conduct even federal presidential election in their states. So there's no unified single agency conducting election. So I know what I mean when I say they are not running a federal government. It's a unified government, Decree 34 by Thomas Agui Ironsi. That is that particular unification decree that they are implementing now. So I want someone to challenge and say that, look, this is a federal government. There's no federal government anywhere. Until that law is amended, where states who are the federating units operate have a quasi-autonomy.
So you're saying the 1999 Constitution did not overrule that decree?
Yes. I worked in national orientation. And once upon a time, I used to try to explain these things. Yes. But I'm on the other side now. I'm telling you now that that 1999 Constitution is not our Constitution. The people have denied it. There's no plebiscite. There's no voting. There is no endorsement of that's what they put together. That's why people are clamoring for restructuring. Let us do our Constitution by ourselves and agree by it and stand by it and defend it. You can see why people are now violating the Constitution because it's not, they didn't make it. So, but that is by the way, so that we do not digress so much.
Let's keep the major question in mind, but I still want to ask you, what do you mean when you say it was not approved? We did not, craft the constitution by ourselves. Was it handed down to us? What exactly?
We didn't, and of course you know that Salam Abubakar in 1998 handed over in 1999.
The transition,
there was nothing like constitution making. They just picked the 1979 constitution and coupled it with the Decree 34 that I mentioned earlier of 1967, whereby everything is unified. So it's not federal, it's not in the federal structure. So it is a unified government that they are running. That's why president is everything. In Nigeria, president is everything, minus God. The next person in Nigeria is the president. Even the three arms of government that are supposed to, have counterbalancing, checks and balances. No, they double for president. The president selects who becomes the Senate president. They go and beg president, please choose one of us that will suit and serve you best. That is what happened. Did you not see when they were asking and begging president, so which one of us is going to become Senate president? That's what happened. He said that he wants the man that is there now. That's how he chose. So how do you think that Akpabio will any day disagree with the president? So what is the checks and balances there? These are hard facts that you cannot even contest. Are we talking about the judiciary? You see how they are appointed, how they line them up after this person, the other person will also come on board. So will they disagree? Just a phone call away. So we are not running a federal government meanwhile. But talking about the social contract, service delivery, protection of you can see what's happening in the security sector. Nobody is safe. That's why everybody is carrying armored vehicle. Even sometimes the armored vehicle will fail them because you have to come down from the vehicle. You can't live. Yes, you can't live in the vehicle. Yes, they will wait for you to come down. So there's no security anywhere. The armed forces are trying, but they are hamstrung. Sometimes they are retired and they still continue to serve. Yes, the IG of police, as we speak now, has retired. But he's still the IG of police. Remember, if you retire, you're no longer in service. So which money are they using to pay you? How are they going to calculate your emoluments and pensions and gratuities when you have already retired? So, and other people are waiting in the career progression and career
and time
so and they will retire before the IG, because as long as they're concerned, if you get to a point, you go, but IG is there. So what is going on in this country is, a caricature of how a government is supposed to be run. And two, that is why they are now telling us that the tariff is looming. Looming how? Looming to where? Because, of course, if there is stakeholders engagement, the consumers, the producers, the transmitters, the distributors, they will sit down and agree. How can they talk about market forces that we talked about? What is market forces? You create artificial forces.
Demand and supply.
Yes. So initially they told us Dangote is going to come on board, 650,000 a day. And we were celebrating and jumping over the roof. That by that time, they were targeting 2019. When Dangote was borrowing money from Nigeria, guaranteeing foreign loans. Those are the same loans they are saying, But yes. And now they are now fighting with Dangote. NNPC, who owns it? Is it Nigeria, Nigerian government, or Nigerians? Because NNPC is supposed to be a company owned by Nigerians. Of course, it's not a federal government company. It's a Nigerian company. So what is going on there? What is the chain of line of people who have been CMDs or group managing GMDs, the group managing directors of NNPC? Are we talking about the people who have been, which of the zones have been GMDs? Are we talking about what is the delivery, the service delivery coming from? Are we talking about the corruption that is working on for us?
Now, Doctor, we're not trying to digress, but
no, you see, that is why these things will happen.
I'm with you.
Because, yes,
I'm with you. We're not trying to digress. Like some people will say, you're carrying us to where we do not know, but we want to go.
You will know. I will take you there, and I will see. I'm not in a hurry.
Question. Let me. You spoke about NNPC, right? Has there been a time NNPC was ever,
for Nigeria,
was ever audited? Was there any time?
We are talking about audit. It is when you have your annual general meeting, the AGM meeting, then you come out with an audited account.
Please take it away.
Then people now come and look at the account. I don't know. I've never seen anywhere. I may be wrong. But if you have seen, you can tell us. You are members of the press. Investigate and find out which year have we now looked at audited financial account of NNPC before the NNPCL. They are claiming it's a limited liability company. So who are owning the shares there? Who are the shareholders in the limited liability company? So that you can sue them as NNPCL. Or they can sue you for libeling them. So you see, when you run an opaque government, when you run a government that is shrouded in secrecy, then corruption will be eaten from there. Corruption, you know, corruption is like rats. Whenever you hide something, if you don't hide it well, the rat discovers it first. Rat will eat half of it before you know that your fish is gone. So that is why everything is opaque. Yes. Opaque is that it is not transparent, it is not subjected to scrutiny. So let them come out tomorrow and tell us why NNPC have not, how many times have they done the turnaround maintenance of Warri Refinery, Port Harcourt Refinery, Kaduna Refinery, and now the Dangote Refinery. So why are we still importing fuel? And staff there, nobody is sacked. They are still being paid their salaries, and they are for producing nothing. Have you seen such a country?
Yeah, I'm thinking that
where people are working, they are being paid, and they have not produced a drop of fuel.
I can actually sense the passion, and I'm thinking that we'll have this discussion about NNPCL on
any day. I'm there.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's get back to the fuel hike. Why band A feeders? Why being selective? It looms over band A feeders. So why band A?
Yes,
you're already paying so much as it is.
I'm telling you, I want to give you an analogy.
Please.
Okay. A friend and my cousin who owns a very big hotel somewhere in Nigeria. Let me not just be pointing because people are watching. You see, they came with, they gave him, I don't know whether it is 60-something million in a month, hotel. They just woke up and say,
estimation or...
Yeah, Oga, this is how much. No, they came with the bill. You know, after they just introduced the band
metering. Okay.
You see, meter, it's not meter matter. They just came with, Oga, this is what your meter reads.
Yes.
This is your bill. And it is all over the place. At a point, they cut down for the light. In government house in ENUGU here. Yes, the same EEDC went and shut down government house. And they even tried it again when they met a brickstone now. Yes. When they told them, look, you have not even paid your land rent, your ground rent. In fact, they are owing us. In fact, even the house, they shut down the office. And they came back. Yes.
It was actually sealed.
Of course, that's what I mean by shutting down. So you don't enter the house again. This is our house. I have not been paying all this, and you are now telling me that I'm owing you. So the truth is that is what Nigerians should be doing. No, they should not be dragging us up and down. Like, you know, what do we call it? So in a line, if you want us to be a peaceful country, a progressive country, and want investors to come, how can an investor who hears about the stories of what is going on come and invest in such an economy? How can you invite somebody to come where you wake up in the morning and pay almost your national annual earning as for tariff for electricity, and you cannot even try to buy diesel because they make it difficult for you to go to the alternative sources of energy. Because if diesel is cheap, it's okay. Let me, meanwhile I can pay. Okay, you can cut your line. Let me be using diesel for a big one. But they do not even try.
Is this deliberate?
So I'm telling you that that's called a call association. Choking. They want to choke people. You have no alternative than to die. So death is the alternative. Government have to think out of the box. You see, when you are given this mandate, for instance, a woman leaves her parents' house and comes to a man's house as wife and do the right things, including submitting to the husband, then it now becomes a very tall task, a tall order for the husband to protect, to maintain, and to make happy the person you call your spouse. So the relationship between the citizens and government should come close to that marriage. It's not a marriage of convenience. It's marriage of reality. That, for instance, you give us tax holiday. If you want to change anything, you give some time. You give some time. They keep on borrowing. They keep on borrowing money. I don't know what they're using the money for. Even the now that there's war in Ukraine, there is war in the Middle East, that we used to get what we call when we had the first Gulf War, 1981. We had a lot of money here because the fuel price increased. This time around, the fuel price increased, then Nigerians will pay. Instead of celebrating that, oh, there is Gulf War, there is Ukraine war, there is Middle East war, instead of Nigerians to celebrate, oh, our oil is going to gain more momentum, there's going to be more money coming into our coffers, we are going to get more things, we will begin to cry because we are going to pay as people who don't even have oil, people who don't even know what oil is, whatever is the price in the international market, and there is even accusations of members of government owning refineries somewhere. Yes, taking the crude, going there, refining, and coming home to sell us in dollar and tell us that our naira is floated. So our naira is floating in the air. It has no value again.
You know,
this is the same naira.
It's interesting how this conversation is going. Everything actually
no, that's what I'm saying. Look, yes,
falls back not just to the government,
that
but
is
to
that
crude.
go to that
Everything falls back to crude.
Yes, go back to that what we call the agreement, social contract. That if you give me a vote, I will give you happiness. I will give you comfort. I will manage the economy on your behalf for your benefit. I will protect you and protect your property and protect your family. That you do not need to protect yourself. Go to every place, for instance, in ENUGU or any other place. You see how people use burglary proof, how people, barricade the place, put themselves in prison because they want to protect themselves from kidnapping, from robbery, from assassination, from bandits, from everything. Now you also look for water. You see, that's why we are also happy now. For instance, in ENUGU State, the governor, being one of us, has intervened in this critical sector. The first thing he did was intervene in the security sector.
And it wasn't easy.
And you see, it wasn't easy. That is swimming against the tide.
Yes.
This already has been the norm. So he wants to change. He said, I'm coming to disrupt what is going on. Disruptive innovation governance. And you can see some people are complaining, but we are very confident that the new is going to be different. Rather, we are calling for Anambra, Ebonyi, Abia, Imo to also key in. So the Southeast ecosystem, economically and politically and security-wise, will look different. That even people going to Lagos and telling them, go home, the people will now start coming to us to get things done. Because we have the people who are innovative and creative, we have people who are industrious, who are entrepreneurs from Southeast.
Let's get back to power.
So the power sector thing is that government cannot justify anything. They cannot justify increment. They cannot justify denying the people what is theirs. Because we are supposed to get this fuel thing, and people have forgotten. Like when you do fractional distillation of crude petroleum, that is not only PMS that they get. Nobody's talking about the entire value chain.
That discussion.
You're talking about byproduct. Byproduct is at the ground. From the top, from jet A fuel to PMS, down to, you see, AGO, PMS, and so on, bitumen, all of them down.
Okay, so
now nobody's telling us about that. And gas, we have the largest gas reserve. Listen, you see, when they say people are fraudulent and people are now in deep corruption, people felt that, oh, we criticize so much. Nobody has ever told us how much we get from gas. No one has ever told Nigerians that this is the quantity of fuel we produce per second, per minute, per day, per week, per year.
What is the Ministry of Finance doing about this? Because it should be under.
No, Ministry of Finance and Central Bank, is it not NNPC that will pay into the coffer?
So it's whatever NNPC.
I don't know, because nobody has been fired. If they're not doing what, the president is alone. The president, if he does well, we commend him. If he doesn't do well, we don't commend him. He hired the people. He was given large powers. In fact, the Nigerian president is the most powerful president in the world.
See, Doctor,
I've not seen somebody who has such powers. No, it's true.
Doctor,
the powers that our president wield, American president don't have half of it.
All right, Doctor.
I would like to see. The public are not happy about this. I mean, if you ask your friend and your cousin who has to pay 60-something million for that, he will tell you that he has not even received the proper amount of money.
He is still buying diesel to augment what they give.
Now, so
and they insisted that he must pay.
How can the government?
And how can another person come and build a hotel?
How can the government handle
How can another person come and you say you are looking for, you are traveling from Jos to from one continent to the other. Say, looking for investors.
You're very passionate,
You're
but
passionate
allow
about
him
this,
to.
but then
Okay.
how can the government curb this outrage that is going to happen? Because obviously we have Fearless October coming up in a few days. How can the government curb this thing? In a few minutes before we let you go.
It's government that is causing it, so how can they curb it?
Is there
It
any
is an
solution?
orchestrated thing that government engineered. Look, I have this view that even Dangote and government have an understanding. Let us put this price high before I roll out my products, so that they will now make it 1,000 or more. Because they were telling us, making excuses initially before the advent of Dangote, that the problem is that, oh, all these things are imported, Naira is weak, and when they're imported, it is denominated in dollar. It is dollarized. So if dollar is 1,600 Naira per dollar, then if price increases, they will now multiply the cost of dollar. Then anytime they import it, they will now have justification for that increase. Now, if you produce it locally now, made in Nigeria 100%, crude is here. Those who are working in, those companies working in Nigeria, producing crude, they're in Nigeria. Everything is within Nigeria. So tell me why it should cost 500 Naira. Tell me why any of these petroleum products should cost, including PMS, that they knew that if they go there, even the military, all the military governments that have come and gone, from 1983 till 1999, none of them has gone there, including borrowing from IMF. Babangida threw it to a debate and introduced SAP instead of going to borrow $3.5 billion. Then, fear couldn't allow military people to borrow such money. Abacha came, stayed 6 years, did not move from Nigeria. He did not move outside, did not borrow anything. And it was around 6 Naira per liter. So tell me what kind of economics, whether it is the metrics, whether it is microeconomic, whether it is macroeconomic policy or whatever jargon they want to come out. And you see, the people thought that Lagos is Nigeria. Lagos is not Nigeria now. There's what we call, the economic framework. If you have a particular state you manage for 8 years and you claim you have managed it for life, that you have put Lagos where Lagos is, now you now come and introduce Lagos policy. You see, it has failed. Well, it has failed, and they are trying to do cabinet reshuffle. Cabinet reshuffle will not help them.
Doctor,
they have to fundamentally change their policies on economics.
Doctor, I must confess that this has been an interesting conversation. We
have to buy more time.
We will.
We will.
You can bank on that.
We will.
You can bank on that. We will.
But this is where we'll have to let you go.
So much,
thank you very
Dr.
much
Kuli.
for coming into the studio with us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah. We'll be moving over to entertainment news right away. Do stay tuned.
Welcome to Signature TV, your go-to channel for entertainment buzz, where we give you the hottest celebrity news, exclusive stories, social media buzz, and upcoming events. So let's dive right in. Famous American singer Chris Brown expresses his undying gratitude towards Nigerian superstar Wizkid. While recounting his generous gesture, in a viral post, Chris Brown referred to Wizkid as his brother for life. While speaking about how his kindness left a lasting impression on him, he revealed that despite performing across America throughout his career, he had never had the opportunity to perform in the UK until Wizkid invited him to his O2 Arena concert in 2021. Aside from the invitation, he also covered all of Chris Brown's expenses, which deeply moved the American singer. Notably, Chris Brown's absence from the UK stage was as a result of a ban imposed in 2009 after he pleaded guilty from the assault of his girlfriend, Rihanna. The UK government reportedly cited his conviction as the reason for denying him entry in 2010, preventing him from performing in the country for several years. The 2021 O2 Arena concert, where Wizkid brought Chris Brown on stage, marked a significant moment in his career, and Chris Brown has continued to express his deep appreciation for Wizkid's support. The friendship built on mutual respect and love for music has cemented their bond, and Chris Brown's emotional acknowledgement of Wizkid has touched many fans. A popular online personality and motivational speaker, Solomon Buchi, known for his outspoken views, has turned his attention to Bobrisky, urging the crossdresser to embrace his masculinity and abandon what he calls a false lifestyle. Bobrisky, born Idris Okuneye, has recently faced public scrutiny. Social media is buzzing with conversations linking him to a scandal involving 15 million naira and the Economic Financial Crime Commission (EFCC). Allegedly, the EFCC has dropped the money laundering case against Bobrisky due to a reported bribe. Amidst the controversy, Solomon Buchi offered his advice, encouraging Bobrisky to embrace his true identity and make a fresh start. He wrote, "What Bobrisky needs right now is Jesus. He should surrender his life to Jesus and give up any involvement in homosexuality if he's engaged in such. Break ties with political godfathers and boyfriends." He further said, embrace his God masculinity and begin a new chapter without social media noise. He added, a life of moral controversy pays no peace. I hope he finds peace. The post drew a wave of reactions, with many social media users taking to the comment section to share their thoughts on the matter. Moving on, we have Nigerian gospel singer Peterson Okopi and his fiancée, Prudence Gabriel, have joined the ranks of married couples as they tie the knots in a civil wedding ceremony. Peter Okopi, elated as he embarks on matrimony, took to Instagram to share the exciting news. Peter Okopi declared himself truly blessed about his marital bliss. Peter Okopi looked dashing in a burnished brown suit, while his fiancée stunned in an exquisite white bridal gown. The newlyweds couldn't refrain from smiling from ear to ear as they approached each other, their faces radiant with joy, and they shared a tender embrace. Moving on, we have Davido's baby mama, Larissa London, weighs in on the ongoing cheating drama between American rapper Cardi B and her ex-husband Offset. Recently, there were rumors that Cardi B had been unfaithful while pregnant with their third child. The allegations, publicly voiced by Offset, sparked heated debates across various platforms. Weighing in on the matter, Larissa London took a Snapchat to express her disapproval of Cardi B's alleged affair while pregnant with their third child. In her post, Larissa emphasized the importance of protecting the sanctity of motherhood and not compromising one's values for a man. British actress Maggie Smith, an award-winning Shakespearean actress and double Oscar winner, who later appeared in the Harry Potter movie, has died. She was one of the few actors to win the treble of an Oscar. Maggie's long career started on the stage in 1950, but for many younger fans in the 21st century, she was best known as Professor McGonagall in all 7 Harry Potter movies, and the Dowager Countess in a hit TV series and movie spin-offs of Downton Abbey, a role that seemed tailor-made for an actress known for malicious cracks. She won her first Oscar role as an Edinburgh school mistress in 1969, also her second Oscar for her supporting role in the 1978 comedy California Suite. In 1990, Maggie Smith was knighted by Queen Elizabeth and became a dame. And that's all for the buzz today. Do not forget to share, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms. I remain your host, Favor Machi. Stay entertained.
Hello and welcome to your sports segment on Signature Television. I am Franklin Emona and we begin with football. Ahead of the Under-20 Wafu B tournament, the organizers have released the draw where the 2011 champions Nigerian Flying Eagles have been placed in Group B and they will battle Burkina Faso and Cote d'Ivoire in a 3-team group. Hosts Togo will slug it out with Ghana, Niger and Benin Republic placed in Group A in a 4-team competition. The tournament will serve as a qualifier for the Under-20 African Cup of Nations for players in Africa, and it will take place in Togo in October. In other news, the Turkish Football Federation have condemned an armed attack on former Turkish and Fenerbahce striker turned TV pundit Sahat Akin in Istanbul on Thursday. Hakin posted a message on social media saying he had been shot in the foot and after he left a TV studio in Beykoz district in the city, following Fenerbahce's 2-1 win over Union Saint-Gilloise in the Europa League. The 43-year-old, who played 16 times for his country between 2002 and 2006, was taken to the hospital for treatments. Hakin's social media post included a picture of his bloodied ankle and foot, accompanied by the message, "They shot my foot," after the program. Our last word in Fenerbahce. Fenerbahce, the club where Akin started his career and spent 5 years before moving to Belgian side Anderlecht, also posted on their social media handle condemning the attack and praying that the perpetrators be brought to book in no distant times. And finally, in the sports scene, 7-time Formula One world champion Lewis Hamilton has paid a tribute to Daniel Ricciardo after his departure from Racing Bull. Afrosport report that the 35-year-old Australian driver's departure confirmed by the Red Bull Racing sister team on Thursday and will be replaced by New Zealander Liam Lawson for the remainder of the 2024 Formula One season. The Singapore Grand Prix was tipped to be Ricciardo's final Formula One race, and it saw him snatch the fastest lap of the race from London Norrie in order to aid reigning world champion and Formula One Red Bull teammate Max Verstappen. He started in 257 Formula One racing, winning 8 while recording 32 podium, 3 pole positions and 17 fastest laps. He also amassed 1,329 career points before he spurred Racing Renault, McLaren, Red Bull and all previous itinerations of the sister team, Toro Rosso, AlphaTauri and Racing Bull. That's all from the sports segment. Do well to join us again next time and follow us on all social media handles. Until then, keep watching Signature Television. I'm done and I'm gone. Adios.
the Anambra State elections, the councillorship and the chairmanship elections are ongoing currently, and we have our Signature Television correspondent standing by on a call to tell us exactly what is happening in Anambra State. Chris, good morning. Can you hear us?
Good morning, Chigi. Good morning, Josh.
Wonderful to have you with us in the studio.
All right, Chris, can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Please give us an overview of what's happening so far as regards the elections in Anambra State.
Yes, I'll give you the overview from my point of view. I am currently at Nobi, and in Nobi is in the Demley South local government area of Anambra State, and I am at Ward 2, Police Station 03 and 04, Nobi Central School, otherwise known as St. Simon's Primary School earlier. And at this place, all is calm. But like what is usual about these state organized elections, there has been a very slow development. The voters are here and still waiting anxiously for the arrival of ANSEC, that's Anambra Independent Election Commission staff to come with materials. But from all inquiries, materials will soon be around. People have been around for the last 1 hour and anxiously waiting for the arrival of the materials. And from what has happened here, it's very obvious that the materials will arrive from the Demley South local government area, headquarters in Nojoto. We should about a 30 minutes drive to this location. So we're expecting that any moment from now, when they arrive, the election will commence. And all is calm, all is peaceful. People are aware of this election. It didn't take them by surprise. Of course, Anambra State is closed down. So there are limited, of course, restricted movement across the state. And people are really eagerly looking forward to, despite what you can see, obvious voter apathy that is prevalent. We're still expecting that whatever is the case, any moment from now, the commencement of the election, the election will commence in earnest. See, hopefully.
All right.
But Chris, again, we saw this happening last week, and in the Imo State local government election, also in the ENUGU State local government election, where materials got to the polling units very late. Why is that situation still the same issue in Anambra?
Well, that's what the big question is waiting for an answer across Nigeria. It has become like what the Igbo man will tell you, that when a very bad president continues, it becomes like almost a custom. People are beginning to accept that when you come. So when you wake up and you are conversing with people and saying, today is election, when are you? They say, no, we know that we also come out late. So over time, that has affected even the people, the voters, because nobody over time believes that once you arrive at the polling station early enough, that you're going to see the election officials waiting. All you find around here are party agents. It's a very massive school, and people are hanging in groups all across. What I will do is, as the election progresses, I will want to see whether I can get out some information from some of them and share back with you right here at the studio and the world that people who are tuning to watch Signature TV.
Are you able to interact with any voter, and what would you say are the expectations for this particular election?
Well, I've spoken to a few of them. In fact, one of them that is very close against person, which said that over time they have felt that there's no need to go out to vote. And like we are people who are engaged in awareness creation, my usual word is, if you succumb to these excesses that's happening from politicians, that it might be a calculated attempt to make sure that people do not come out. Because if more people come out, it's more likely that people who want to vote against the popular opinions will emerge. And then when they emerge, there's fear. Igbo proverb says, when the stone rises up, the pops, and all the breakables around began to feel jittery. So if voters do not come out in this last attempt of common man to revive local government governance in Nigeria, then it's like we are playing back into the hands of our common enemies, who are the politicians. And that is what people did not understand. And then you now find out that the sitting governors will now spend time to convince people about the benefits. So, head or tail, the benefits the incumbent party or the sitting government in place. So, whichever case, they know their party officials, they know the party members, and those ones if they come out in mass to vote, or you come out in large numbers, the result is obvious. And that is one of the greatest undoings of Nigerian electoral system when it comes to, because when this Supreme Court came out with a judgment on local government autonomy in Nigeria, people say there's still hope for Nigeria's development to begin from the grassroots. So this is why I am personally, and that's a personal, the stampeding into these elections did not make Nigeria to achieve the desired result that was meant to revive local government autonomy. These governments who sat for over a decade and didn't think about local government elections. Now, when the Supreme Court came with this judgment, they all rushed into organizing elections, meaning there is something really we do not know that's making them to stampede into it. If it is meant for us to benefit from it, they could have given more time, enlightened the voters, and everybody will know what benefits they stand for. So when they want to make decisions, they make conscious decisions, and then the result, everybody will share from the responsibility of it. But the way it is, but as this progresses, we'll keep reporting because of restricted movement. I'm going to report limit to the polling stations I can visit is quite limited.
All right, Chris. I would like to ask, because it's a concern for everybody in knowing the situation of elections in Nigeria. What is the security situations? Are there talks or are there security personnel in the polling unit?
Well, as over time, I've grown up in Nigeria and I've had opportunity of working with concerned development organizations who are concerned about Anambra politics. Whenever Anambra is a bill for elections, there is always this high, concern that it's going to be do or die. Anambra people are not ready to die for anybody. They can't even die for somebody who has paid them to die. You come into Anambra elections with billions of naira, Anambra people will chop that money and still make decisions at the end of the day. That's why politicians are very scary of Anambra. Now they must know what to do. Security situation is perfect. Nobody is actually fighting nobody. In big towns like Oka, we might have rush situation. In villages like ENUGU, there are people who move about. Like in my town, ENUGU, we just celebrated our annual festival. I call it Asholo. So people are at home. They have to give up today because today is supposed to be a grand finale of that celebration, which is an annual Thanksgiving event. But now that they're all at home, you can find people coming back from the euphoria of celebration of yesterday. So they must be highly convinced to go out fighting anybody. They don't have reason to fight anybody.